Andy Rice, and I'm delighted to have joining me as our expert commentator today, Rebecca Netzler. Welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you very much.
Olympic silver medalist from Paris 2024, the 2023 world champion. So I couldn't have a better set of eyes watching this action today. Rebecca, what have we got in store today?
So today we're expecting 3 exciting races, first for the 49ers and then 3 for the Nacras.
Excellent. Okay, so the 2 classes that you didn't compete in, but we will be talking about the 49erFX on one of the other days upcoming. And so we've had a range of conditions so far today. It was really extreme yesterday. It was true survival conditions. There was even some injury, some breakage. What do you think we've got today?
Today is a completely different day. We see here outside the windows, it's lighter, it's a lot lighter, and it will be a different game for everyone. I think actually the fleet is happy with the change. They've had 2 rough days.
Yeah.
Excited for something else.
Yeah, especially for those that had a really hard day on the water. It's cold. I mean, it's still cold now, isn't it? It's surprisingly cold for this time of year. And then if you've got your boat to fix at the end of the day, as some people did, that makes it even tougher.
Yeah, I heard quite some millimeters on the wetsuits yesterday.
Yes.
It was a bit brutal.
So here we have a beautiful overhead shot of the lineup for the start, and just talk us through what you see there. Which end of the line? Oh, well, let's have a look at the starting grid. Let's pick out some. Top left, we see Keanu Pretner and Jakob Flackberger from Austria currently leading this event. Absolute standout result so far for the Austrians. Seb Schneider and Arnaud de Planta, well, they've been medalists in previous World Championships. The Swiss recently over from Sail GP in Bermuda, where they were 4th. And Germany's Richard Schulteis and Fabian Rieger, also really strong performers from Germany. And let's see, we got Zeding Wen and Tian Lu from China. They love the strong breeze, really solid in the hard conditions, and they were gold medalists at Hier Olympic Regatta just a month or so ago. We've got 2 laps of an up-down course, a windward-leeward course. So up to the top mark, down to the leeward gate, up to the top mark, final time, back down to the finish. 15 seconds to the start, and let's see that line up. In the far distance, there is the other end of the line, and no one is interested in the far end of the line. Rebecca, it's 5 seconds to go. It's looking really tight at the committee boat end.
Yeah, not even everyone is going to get a spot at the committee boat end.
And I think there's another minute to go. So they're in the slow standing still race here, trying to hold position. Netherlands 2, the 3-time world champions, Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken, holding that spot up near the committee boat, bottom left of screen. And France 95, hoping to find a bit of a gap in there. That's Lucas Ruel and Emile Amoros, former European champions in a strong French squad. Rebecca, who would you like to be on this line right now?
I don't know. I actually like the position of Denmark 6 if they weren't that close. If they would just go back a little bit, it looks like they can really be looking at the pressure and not having the pressure of holding your spot like the Dutch boat is having. They really have to focus on holding that spot.
New Zealand 45, 4 seconds to go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and they're off, and it's all about who can accelerate the quickest. And it looks like a really good acceleration by Netherlands 2, closest to us, and already Netherlands 2 rolling over the top of some of the other boats to leeward. Australia 25 among those that have been left behind. Oh, and what do you see, Rebecca? Who's OCS?
So we've had the Austrians that were leading coming into today, got an OCS, but already cleared. We have New Zealand 45, a British boat 110.
Elliot Wells and Freddie Lonsdale.
And the only boat that, now everyone's been going back and are cleared to race. And
just to be clear, we know all this because the 49er fleet is the first Olympic fleet to be using this Vaqueros system, which is a piece of electronics that gives them a green light if they started correctly, or a red light if you're over. And so those boats will have gone back and restarted until the red light goes out and the green light comes on. So it clears out all the possibility of endless U-flag starts and recalls, and it makes it a much shorter and much more enjoyable day of racing. So a great technological breakthrough there, which we hope some of the other Olympic classes will be using as well. This is Poland 19 coming up the left-hand side of the track. This is Dominik Buksak and Mateusz Głodz. I don't know if you're any more able to pronounce this than I am, Rebecca. Are you any good at Polish pronunciations?
No, I don't even think I would try it. It's a few names that are hard to pronounce, I think.
Yeah. I think we need to give a few more vowels to the Polish alphabet. Yeah. There's never enough vowels in there. Too many Zs. But they're going very, very fast out to the left-hand side. Buksak and Głodz. I'm sorry, we're going to have to work out how to pronounce that name. Someone is looking really poked out here. Who do you think is standing out in these early stages, Rebecca?
Right now we have a favorite from the Dutch 2.
Who had that great committee boat end start.
Exactly, and then we had following by the Danish and the Polish. That looks like they have a nice line, almost like they're doing a speed run.
And you can see why the Dutch were fighting so hard to hold that committee boat position, because this is the reward that they reap for that slow boat handling control that they held there, and already they are looking so good on this race course right now. And looking over their shoulder, do you think there's possibly a little bit more wind out to the right, just to windward of them, or is that a trick of the light?
I think it's almost a trick of the light by the look of at least the tracking right now, which is hard to do any finalized decision. But it looks like they really are going well on the left, and just be able to stretch and sail the boat very fast.
So the left is the place to be. Okay.
By the looks of it now, at least. You never know in the end.
France 16, Erwan Fischer, Clément Pécan, the 2024 world champions in Lanzarote. And wow, Rebecca, you were competing there. That was an amazing event. And this team really broke through there, didn't they? They were just so dominant. I think it immediately marked them out as favourites for the Paris 2024 games. But of course, it was very, very different conditions from Lanzarote.
Yeah. And I really remember they were having stone face the whole week, and then were there for one mission, and that was winning.
In the Paris game. Oh, no, sorry, in Lanzarote. Well, those stone faces won that week for sure. Yeah. Sure. So New Zealand, Netherlands tacking away. Denmark now tacks away. Denmark was obviously waiting for the clear air, was waiting for Netherlands to do the tack. So Denmark 6, Frederik Rask and Jakob Prik Jensen, following the Dutch from the left-hand side of this race course. And at the moment, from this angle, it looks like the Dutch are in control. Looking at the tracking, does it tell you any different, Rebecca?
No, I think they have quite a nice position there, and just be able to lean back and go fast. And they have, like, now it's kind of easy for them just seeing the fleet through the jib and hoping for no massive shifts. This race course is quite shifty, so you can't really decide anything before the end. And yeah, we're in the Bay of Quiberon. We had big waves, big current yesterday as well, pushing people over the line. So there's a lot of nature here, isn't there? Yesterday was a real battle with nature, but today is going to be all about the small details, I think, isn't it? Yeah. And I think it's especially on these days where you can just be full trapezing. It is about the details, because the boats goes in general quite similar fasts. So now it's really about squeezing out that last little bit. So we've got world champions on one side of the racetrack. That's France 16 that we're looking at. We've the 2024 world champions, and on the other side of the racetrack we got the Netherlands, who are top left now. And I'm wondering, actually, the Netherlands not done as well as we thought. In the end, it looks like the right is paying off. And is it an Australian boat that's looking good? If they can get up to that mark in one go, is it Australia? It's hard to tell from here, but I think it might be. Yeah, it's Australia 25. Harry Price and Max Paul, they've been showing some real flashes of brilliance this season. So not that much of a surprise to see the Australians doing well, but more surprising to see that the Dutch didn't come in as strongly as we thought. They can still see them on port tack, just tacking on starboard now. So the Dutch will go round in about
4th or 5th place, and already Australia, with a really healthy lead, has gone into an early jibe. That's a very unusual manoeuvre. So clearly, whatever worked for Australia going up that side of the racecourse, they want more of that same going back down the racecourse. And you can see pretty much all the leaders are going straight into an early jibe. So maybe there's been a big shift, or maybe more wind on that side. What do you think?
Yeah, it almost looks like a shift looking at it now. We can see, if we really zoom in, we can see the gate straight down that mark. And it looks like they're sailing quite a low angle. So it might have been a shift in the end.
Port tack boat coming in here. New Zealand 45 only just squeaking across the front of that port tack boat, which
That's
looks like Austria. Yeah. So these are our series leaders, only about to go around the race course, the windward mark now. So not a great race for Austria at the moment. And here are the starboard jibers. How will they fare? They do at least have clear air in the early phases, and that's GBR 4 on the left, USA 31 in the middle of this, and China 33. And here's progress on the far side of the course. Way in the distance, Australia 25, Harry Price, Max Paul leading this beautiful line of boats. Australia going for the jibe back down towards the bottom of the course, and they will have the pick of the two leeward gates at the bottom. And Rebecca, based on what we've seen so far, which of those marks do you think the Australians might choose?
How aggressive they were at the top mark, it wouldn't surprise me if they would go left in like the direction they're sailing, to just like really secure that right hand side, looking upwind, to be able to get first out, because it might be pressure or shifts, but they definitely want that side.
I think you're right. So there they are, standing out all by themselves, and then some of the port jibers coming in from the far side.
It will be an interesting cross now, because that's the French that was going straight, so they had a split at the top. French came around second.
Okay.
So
it looks like the French are still okay.
yeah.
So maybe doing the carry-on straight hoist was not such a bad option, but we'll know more about that when we see some of the other starboard jibers coming into play. But Australia certainly looking good. Ireland looking a little bit soft in the middle of our picture there. It really looks like the breeze has softened out on this side of the racecourse. Or maybe that's just getting up to speed from the jibe, because the Irish don't look quite so bad now. But no, they are a little bit crouched, aren't they?
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky race course, and you have to be able to look at the pressure and search the pressure the whole time, because I think it won't be easy sailing out there today.
Yeah. And they're quite separated, the helm and the crew on the Irish boat. Why would they be, their body weight be so split like that?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It might be something with the rudder pressure for the helm to be able to feel the boat a bit more, and for the crew to be able to balance it out.
I tend to think people are a little bit more, a bit closer together on the crew weight like that. But anyway, different techniques we will be seeing today. And the Australians with the black kite coming into the bottom of the course, and let's see if Rebecca was right, if that's what they do, and that is indeed what they do. So the Australians very much liking the right-hand side of the race course, both upwind and downwind. Not the best of drops. I think there could be a bit of a knot in that kite halyard. Is this an opportunity for France 16 to pounce and take advantage of any problems on the Australian boat? But it looks like the Aussies are back up and running again. Germany 22, Jakob Megendorfer and Andreas Spranger going round in third place. And New Zealand 94. Seb Menzies, George Lee Rush, currently fourth in this regatta, and Seb Menzies will be getting ready also to steer one side of the Emirates Team New Zealand AC40 in the preliminary regatta next week in Cagliari for the America's Cup. Cagliari in Sardinia, which was indeed the venue for the Worlds for these classes last October.
So far we haven't seen anyone taking the other mark.
Right, interesting. So the right-hand side has become the obvious place to go. I wonder if anyone else will go for the other mark. The further back in the fleet, the more people want to take risks and try something different. Australia 25 still going out to the right-hand side. The France 16 and second have tacked away. And here's our first taker for the left-hand side of the marks. And increasingly we're seeing more teams go round the left-hand side, including New Zealand 45. That is Matthias Coutts and Oscar Gunn. Matthias Coutts, world champion in the International Moth about 18 months ago. And look at the gap between Australia and the rest. And the French have tacked away. Doesn't look particularly great to me for the French tacking away, but maybe there will be rewards for further up the racetrack for France 16, Erwan Fischer and Clément Piquin.
Yeah, we also see Germany 22 on that side, been tacking back, going to the right. So it will be, even though it's far away, it will be an interesting cross if the French boat is letting them go. Yeah, and they just ducked, the German boat just ducked the French boat to continue out back on the right.
Okay. It looks like the Aussies are heading there a little bit. So this is all playing to their favour right now. If they tack now, I think they would be looking pretty healthy, but they may want even more. And yesterday there was a lot of current pushing people over the start line. I don't know what the current is doing today. Some people were telling me the current's really not that significant, but I think anyone who raced yesterday would tell you that's not the case.
Yeah, it was kind of special yesterday with the wind. We wouldn't have expected that. But today it looks like a lot better. And in the start, we could see everyone was kind of able to hold their boats quite easily. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem right now, but definitely something to keep track of during the day.
You're right, though, because they were holding station for the last minute before the start quite easily. So that suggests the current is not really that strong. So what do you learn, Rebecca, technically from watching these overhead shots? Because this is quite privileged viewing, isn't it, to see these drone shots?
It's amazing, and I think we're so lucky to be able to have these shots and really come close to the boats and see how much they're working the main and the jib.
Yeah, Harry Price and Max Paul just going into attack and straight out on the handle, and then they got hooked up onto the trapeze harness after that. Rebecca, talk us through the reasons for doing the handle-to-handle tack like that.
Oh, I'm definitely a handle-to-handle person. I think it's just giving the power to the boat straight away as you get out. And we've been really experimenting with it. But I think like you can really get the boat going. And actually you don't have to hook in so quickly. You are strong enough to hold for quite a long time to really get the boat back up to speed after the attack. And
when the helm goes out on the handle, does the crew put their hook on for them, or do the helms hook themselves up?
It's different. Some helms like to do it themselves and some like help. I think it's depending also a little bit on the situation. If it's really windy, I think the crew would do it, but in the light, probably the helm does it themselves.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's all about minimizing the down speed in the maneuvers. Every tack and jibe slows you down, but tactically you need to make tacks and jibes, but you just want to make them as fast and efficient as possible. Ireland 99 going nicely here at the moment. Rob Dixon and Sean Wadilove.
I think actually they've been bouncing back a little bit because they were the first boat going left, and it looked like they dropped quite a lot on that downwind. But maybe bouncing back in the fleet now. Okay, so suggesting that maybe there are opportunities on the left-hand side of the racecourse and not such a one-way track, maybe? I think so. Right now, looking at the Australians, it looks like it's kind of simple for them and they see where the pressure is and are just going fast. But we also see... Now I think it's the French coming close to them there. I think that's right. I think they've been gaining. I think you're right. It's not been as one-way traffic for the Australians as maybe we'd thought. And remember also that the French has been doing 2 extra tacks. True. Than the Australians as well. So that might just be the tack loss that we saw. The French historically have been phenomenally quick in a straight line, possibly the fastest straight line speed in the fleet, certainly as soon as it's full power conditions or slightly over. Do you think in this kind of wind condition that the French would be able to exert a boat speed advantage over Australia and the rest? I think so. We also know the French, they're quite tall. And as soon as both of you can be on the wire and you really can use your crew weight and don't have to depower the rig, it's really a benefit.
Which was sort of your benefit with you and Vilma Bobek in the 49erFX, one of the taller teams. You were probably the fastest in a straight line for the last cycle in the FX. Would that be fair to say?
I think so, at least one of them. And we really liked, as soon as we could, be standing and really putting all that power into the boat and using that to go forward.
So Australia have put attack onto the French, and so that's a good controlling manoeuvre by Australia there. A little bit of a match race developing here between Australia and France. And France is just going to have to suck it up. And for all of their boat speed advantage, they're going to be slower than Australia right now, who are looking quite comfortable. They've got a little bit of ease on the mainsail, which suggests that they're going to make the ley line for the top mark fairly comfortably. And France hanging in there, not much else they can do. And they've still got quite a way to go around the mark, but it looks like they're going to make it.
Yeah, but now for the French is just to be ignoring the other boat and just making sure that that distance isn't growing.
Absolutely. Minimising any damage that the Australians might be trying to do to them. But certainly the gap is very similar, isn't it? I mean, possibly the French are slightly back where they were compared with where they were at the leeward gate, but not by much. And Australia going straight into the jibe set again and beautifully executed. Such a powerful move, using the momentum of the boat to flick the mainsail through and to pop the kite, and you get that beautiful moment of acceleration.
We also see an interesting split here. The French like to continue just like the other downwind, and Australia this time isn't as brave as they were the first downwind, and it's really fun to see the battle going on the water right now.
Good defensive move by Australia, trying to keep themselves between the French and the Finnish. But there's another boat with a blue kite in the middle of our screen now that's in third place. I don't know who that is.
That's New Zealand.
New Zealand, okay. And so that will be Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush going down the left-hand side. And I think in about fourth place, was it the Dutch?
Yeah.
So the Dutch, Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken also having a good race. So the breeze is holding up nicely. Doesn't take a lot of wind to get these 49ers fully powered up. What would be your estimate on wind strength right now?
Oh, now I think we might have between 8 and 10 knots. And it's really beautiful to see how they can just be standing and sailing. And this shot is just amazing to really see the crew working. It doesn't look like it's a lot of waves looking outside, but definitely by watching the crews, you can see how they're working to really have the boat flat.
Yeah. And this is relatively flat compared with what they've been used to on the previous day when it was absolutely heinous. It was so windy that the 49ers, when they got to the windward mark yesterday, they didn't want to turn downwind and they just kept on sailing upwind. And then the first boat that tried to turn down, or did turn downwind, managed to do that and then speared into the back of a wave, pitch poled, and then everybody else had their answer. It's like, no thanks, I'll leave that to somebody else to try it out.
Yeah, but it's definitely a different day we're seeing today, and you can't be scared today, or no one is scared today. I think definitely was a few sailors yesterday that was being on the water being scared.
We're back to the fine details of small differences in boat speed, small tactical decisions. All the small details are the things that add up to whether you do well or badly today. And we saw that beautifully executed start by Netherlands 2 earlier on, which I thought was going to lead to them leading the race, and possibly they were leading the race for a while. In fact, I seem to remember Australia 25 had a bit of a second row start and was in the bad air of the Dutch and was probably forced to tack out to the right hand side. So maybe that second row start actually did a bit of a favour to Harry Price and Max Paul. I might be doing them a disservice, but I think sometimes that happens, doesn't it? You get a bad start, you get forced out to the right, and you think, oh, bingo, right, it's not a bad place to be.
Especially if it's a bit shifty, then you know that almost a good start could punish you even more than a bad one, because you can't take the tack whenever you want to because you're locked from the other boats.
True. And so the Dutch, actually, their start was so good they could have tacked and done whatever they wanted to do. They had the clear run of the course, and they obviously preferred to go out further to the left, and it turned out to be, with the benefit of hindsight, the wrong decision. But yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes getting a great start, especially near the pin end, can be exactly what you don't want. It doesn't free you up to make tactical choices. Here are the French trying to close the gap on the Australians. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to be very similar speeds down here, and time is running out because the Australians have jibed and they're not far off the finish of this race. How much further are the French going to push it? The French are surely going to jibe fairly soon as well.
It is going to be an interesting finish here. Like, this finish will be kind of easy for the Australians and the French. But if we're looking back, it's a little bit of a battle between Germany 22 and New Zealand 94. We can't see them in the screen now, but it will be interesting to see who is taking over the other.
Well, congratulations to Harry Price and Max Poole. Australia taking out the win. The first of 3 races we hope to see today. And the 2024 World Champions from France, Erwan Fischer and Clément Piquin, coming across for second. And not far behind are the Dutch, the 3-time World Champions, Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken, who certainly closed the gap and have taken third. And it was Germany who's just managed to come in for 4th place, just grabbing that 4th spot ahead of New Zealand, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. Denmark 6, coming across, or I think actually behind Ireland. So Ireland got ahead in front. So Ireland had a good race. Denmark 6, then that's Frederik Rask and Jakob Prak Jensen. And then GBR 4, that's James Grummett and Ross Hawes from Great Britain. China 33, they love the strong wins, and here they're proving they're not too shabby in the medium airs as well. That's Zeding Wen and Tian Lu. And I'm just amazed how good the Chinese are getting, especially in these skiff classes and the Nacra 17. They're really putting in a big effort, and the Chinese are getting better and better. One to watch. Germany 21, Simon Heindl and Konrad Jacobs.
It's kind of interesting with them. I think they're a bit younger. They are not in the top squad in Germany right now, so it's fun to see the younger squad coming up and fighting against the others.
There's so many Germans in 49ers. I can barely keep track.
No.
But they're a really good squad, aren't they? France 520 coming across. That's Hugo Reville and Carl Devaux with a very patriotic Jenica. Rebecca, I'm sure you've kept your Jenica from the Olympics, have you? Or one of you has.
Vilma kept them, but not for long. I think she was very generous enough giving them to the rest of the Swedish FX girls that is coming up, to give them a bit of extra motivation to keep fighting.
Oh, right. Okay. So they still had a bit of useful life in them.
Yeah. We didn't sail them a lot because we really wanted them to be fresh and crispy for the Olympics.
Well, they didn't get a lot of testing. There wasn't a lot of pressure that went through those kites during the games, was it? It was a pretty light wind game, so I guess they were still pretty crispy by the end of the games. Especially
the spare one, because that one we actually never used.
Right.
We just tested it before. Oh, it looks like the Austrians did a climb there, actually. We saw them very, very deep in the fleet at one stage after they got OCS.
But still not a great race for Keanu Pretner and Jakob Flackberger. I don't know where they finished there, but about 15th or so. There's our top 10. Well done to the Australians, winning that race quite comfortably from Fischer and Piquin from France. Closing the gap at the end, Lambrechts and De Werken from the Netherlands. And then Schiel and Felke, Germany 22. I'm not sure that's right.
No, that's the girls, actually.
I think that's Megendorfer and Spranger. And then they got in ahead just of Menzies and Lee Rush from New Zealand, and then Ireland, Denmark, Britain, China, and another German team making up the rest of the top 10. So based on what we saw there, Rebecca, how are you going to start the next race?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of the same tendency in the next start. Everyone being at the boat end and trying to push for that right, at least starting a bit more on the right side.
I wonder if we're going to get an interview with the winning Australians, Harry Price and Max Poole. Wait and see if that can come in. They've been going really well this season. I'm trying to think where it was. They were, I think maybe it was in Palma, where they were leading the early stages of the week, and they got a bit taken out by this new format. We've got the challenge, you and I, Rebecca, of trying to explain this format at some point. Is being designed as to try and achieve some final day jeopardy, but also to reward the best sailors. And it's a very difficult puzzle to solve.
Yeah, so different from the last events right now, everyone is keeping their points coming into this elimination series, the Gold Fleet Racing. And then for the final day, the top 10 is going to be, the points are going to be squeezed together, and it's going to be more into these two final races will be deciding.
Yeah, okay. Well, what are your thoughts about it? You're not racing there on the water these days. I wonder if we'll ever have you back. But yeah, from where you are here in the commentary booth and speaking to the sailors, as I'm sure you have done, what's the feeling about the format?
As sitting here right now watching, I'm a little bit more for actually squeezing the points together, and
that's what happens, isn't it? As soon as it's not your own life on the line, you start to want a bit more final day jeopardy.
Exactly, and then I'm thinking of the sailors and thinking as myself as a sailor not long time ago, and just like I would be so frustrated, been working the whole week to be able to get as low points as possible, and then everything being squeezed together, and you get this one day we have to perform. On the other hand, we see so many other sports where that's the case, and the discussion if that's sailing, I'm not sure. Don't want to dig in too deep into it, but I can really feel with the sailors that if they've been working so hard the whole week to keep all conditions together, and then in the end everything just being squeezed together and deciding on that one day, it's also a bit mental tough, I must say. They must be very mentally strong.
Yes, but isn't that always the case? But do you think the final day pressure puts an even greater emphasis on being able to withstand the pressure?
I think, because before it felt, at least for us, that we were more in the control of our own points. Now it feels like the points, because they're being so squeezed together, it's more about the sailing you do on the final day. Yeah.
I think we've really seen in the IQ foil, which had the most extreme of the sort of sudden death formats last time round for Paris 2024. I think we saw some athletes deal with that final day pressure much better than others. I think some really struggled with it, and others really rose to the occasion. And Italy's IQ foil windsurfer Nicolo Renna in the men seemed to get a disproportionate number of wins, and I don't think he was considered to be the best or the fastest, but he seemed to really lap up that final day pressure. That's just me looking from the outside. I don't know the IQ foils that well, but Jonas Vara, who won the gold medal in the 49er in Beijing 2008 in that ridiculously windy medal race, and all the controversy of Wara having to use the Croatian boat at the very last minute to race that last medal race. He got third in the Worlds last year. I think Denmark 46, age 46, and he won. He got the bronze medal in the World Championships in Sardinia last year. He just squeaked through in almost the last spot into this gold fleet here today. He strikes me as somebody who thrives on the pressure. I don't know if you know Jonas well enough to say whether that would be true or not.
I think so. If we also look like he is one of the oldest in the fleets, he's been doing the most comebacks. He just seems to not get enough of it, and it's inspiring, and it's never too late. And if you just keep your fitness well and you're working hard, then it's definitely possible. And with this new point systems, we also can see it wouldn't surprise me after tomorrow if we see Jonas higher up in the rank and more everyone getting a shot at that 10 boats final.
Does it make you think, seeing Jonas's example, that you might be back again in 10 years' time?
You never know. You see, the Danish are definitely doing a push for the older generation.
Right. See, it seems that way. And as Jonas proved, age 46 last year, getting third in a predominantly windy World Championship in Sardinia, he was still very capable of doing it. And he's still looking fit and strong. He looks good enough to do the job, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. We also see that the orange flag is up, and we have approximately 6 minutes to the next race start.
Great. And so I really like that the 49er has brought in the Vacheros system, and with some confidence we can say that as long as the wind stays steady, there won't be any recalls. They will get cleanly off the line. A few will be called OCS, and they will get the red button show up on their Vacheros unit, and that will tell them they've got to go back and restart, and we can do that. And everybody out there, the race committee, the coaches, the camera crews, the sailors, everyone can get their 3 races done and dusted, and then back ashore and enjoy everything that you can enjoy in Brittany, in the north of France, on a sunny, but I have to say a little bit of a chilly day.
Yeah, I'm just happy the sun is out. I didn't see it yesterday, and I'm more comfortable in the sun, as I know many other sailors as well. I've been talking around on the boat park, and everyone's been longing for the sun.
Yeah. I mean, it's been shockingly cold this time round. I'm back in this neck of the woods in about a month's time. I'm racing in the Musto Skiff World Championships in Karnak, which is only 10 minutes drive away from here. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that it's going to have warmed up by then, and I don't have to wear a 6mm wetsuit.
I think you will be fine.
I think so.
It actually looks like on the water, like the breeze been picking up a little bit again. It's been going up and down quite a lot, shifting right and left. So it will be interesting for the next race to actually see where the sailors that's on the water see the most pressure.
How much homework do you like to do in between races? And how much do you like to just relax and reset?
I think as soon as we get out there, we had the routine of like defining the day. So what type of day it was. Was it a shifty day? Was it a stable day? To kind of get the priority list correctly. So on a shifty day, then we knew that boat speed, of course, is important, but it's not our priority. The priority must be looking for the pressure and looking for the shifts. And the same with the start. The start isn't as crucial. So we would rather take some time to really look up the course and make a late decision on where to start.
And so what kind of a day would you define it as today?
It looks like it's a little bit in between. It kind of looks like it is quite stable with the pressure, but we also could see some shifts out there. Also, like looking at the Dutch boat doing that beautiful start and still not being the top boat at the windward mark. I think there is definitely pressure differences and shifts out there. And at the start, we saw almost the whole fleet being at the boat end. So it was definitely a bit of right favoured.
And we got 3.5 minutes to the start, and already people are putting their towels on their deck chairs next to the committee boat. It looks like people are booking the spot early. And I remember in Miami, when it was a light day, Miami Olympic Classes Regatta a few years ago, the lineup for the 49ers was sometimes 8 minutes before the start. So even before there was sort of any right of way, or you weren't actually in the race mode, but people were booking their spots so early, because if they didn't book it with 8 minutes to go, they weren't going to get a spot at all. It's unbelievable, the boat control that people have.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's been developing so much the last couple of years. And you really
even from when you stopped, you think it's gone on another level? Because I already thought the level was high, but you think it's getting even more?
I think it's like with anything, it's getting better and better. People are getting faster and faster and better in general. Like especially you see the girls racing yesterday in the strong wind, and a few years back, I don't think we would have been racing in those conditions. So it's
Well,
just
you would
amazing.
have been.
Yeah,
You and
of
Vilma would have
course.
been. You would have loved that stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
So I hear we've got an interview with the winners. Let's see if we can just squeeze that interview in with Australia before this start.
Can we do an interview?
Not sure if we got the interviewer there, but we're not far away from the start. It's a little bit more than 1 minute, and we see a different start than last time.
And New Zealand 45, they were over the line at the last start. They went back and restarted, and Matthias Kutz and Oscar Gunn really gunning for the pin end of the line. And I would say they're probably over the line right now, but it doesn't matter as long as they drift back by the time of start time. Would you agree that's what's going on here?
Yes, and a little bit of danger now. I think we're inside the 1 minute to go, so now they definitely have to be outside. And Poland, I think, looks like they're going to get an...
Are you sure about that? Do you know what flag they're flying? I mean, if they're flying in Blue Peter, then you can be where you like as long as you're behind the gun at start time. So, I don't know. We need to know what flag they're using on the committee boat, but I think you might be all right being over. There's 25 seconds to go, and in the final 10 seconds, you really don't want to be over. You want to be building speed and accelerating. 18, 17 seconds to go. But there's still a lot of boats looking to position, and 10 seconds to go. It looks like there's going to be a lot of port tack starters this time. I almost wonder if there's going to be more starting on port tack behind the fleet than there are actually starting on starboard. And oh no, the Kiwis have had to bail out, and there's only just room to bail out with USA 31 where they are. So Germany 22 will end up being the team, Megendorfer and Spranger, who get the best start off the pin end, with Poland 64, Mikolaj Staniul and Jakub Storch just on their windward side. But looking at the number of port tack starters, especially in this lighter wind, that's to me quite unusual, and that tells me that they really want that right-hand side. What would you say, Rebecca?
Yeah, it's incredible, and it also looked like either it was a lot of pin and bias or a bit of left shift for almost no one being able to make that starboard start or wanting to do it.
Which is, so there's a lot of reason to be up at the pin end for the bias at that end of the line. But, I mean, that's a really well set committee boat line, isn't it? Because the race committee officer, the principal race officer, sorry, has set them a really difficult puzzle there. Do you go for the wanting to go to the right hand side because you think that's the side of the course that's going to pay, or do you go for the left hand bias because you get a little bit of a boost at the start by being a bit higher up the wind ladder? So a really well set start by the race committee, and the result of that is we've got a lot of boats still in contention in the first minute or so after the start. Yeah, Germany 22's tacked, and they're looking quite good at the moment, I would say.
Yeah, it looks a little bit similar, I think, like the last race we had. We had in the beginning, it looks quite strong from our perspective to be on the left, and then the top right were paying off in the end. So it will be interesting to see when it will be more crosses throughout the race to see which side that actually paid off. Because it's definitely not anymore so much of a split fleet, but on the sides it's a bit more split.
Yes, and it suggests that the boats like Germany that started on starboard near the pin end, they were really waiting for their moment to tack in a clear lane out to the right, and they're just hoping that that pin end advantage of coming off the biased end of the line is going to give them that sort of rocket boost that's going to get them back in contention across to those that immediately tacked right or started on port tack underneath the fleet. Lots of different ways of attacking that start line, and you could say that there's more than one correct way of doing it.
Oh, here we can really see how they're working close together and getting that center line.
That's right. But Lambriax, Floris van der Werken looking really solid here. Lambriax looking over his shoulder. Both of them wearing sunglasses. Some people like them, some people don't. Were you a sunglass wearer, Rebecca?
Always I couldn't sail without.
Even on a cloudy day?
Yeah, I think I always wear mine because I couldn't get the splat in the water in my face.
Okay.
Then I couldn't see anything.
I think when the salt dries on your sunglasses, that makes a new problem, though.
Yeah,
So-
you get used to it.
Okay.
It's a really nice shot here, everyone being quite tight together, just working for those extra meters to be able to take the tack whenever you want to and not be compromised from any other boats.
This is where that little extra ounce of boat speed really comes into play because, well, here, Netherlands is tacking now. Austria 28 is going to have to do a little duck just to dip behind the back of the transom of the Dutch boat. Austrians carrying on a bit longer. These are our series leaders, currently leading the World Championship, Austria 28, and they were 19th in the Worlds last year, and so they are really sailing out of their skin right now, Pretner and Flatberger.
We had a quite aggressive move from the Australians. It was a perfect class book rule, but it's also a bit aggressive and just tacking in front of the Dutch boat, securing that spot when they had it.
Not making any friends.
No.
So
That's racing.
Harry Price and Max Paul, they could have carried on a bit longer, given a bit of a freer lane to the Dutch, but they decided to tack on the face of the Dutch. What do you think about that in these early stages of a race? Do you like to be kind to people, or if you see a chance to put a bad cover on somebody, would you take it?
I think in general we could have been sailing a bit tougher against the others. The Dutch are doing a great job of like holding that position and gaining small ups and still keeping that speed to ley line.
And maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought, because actually the Dutch do have a fairly clear lane there. So maybe the Aussies' attack wasn't quite such a hard cover as I thought. So the Irish, I think, look like they're coming across quite nicely, if that's who I see on the right-hand side just tacking. And then the Swiss, who was so on fire yesterday, Switzerland 77, just about to tack ahead of whether that's a French or an Irish boat. I can't quite...
It's the French, 16.
Okay, it's Clement Piquant. Sorry, Erwin Fischer and Clement Piquant doing well again. Second in the last race and in the top three in this race. But who's that German? Germany 22, Meggendorfer and Spranger. If they can just make it in one, then that is a beautifully picked ley line for the Germans. And it looks like Germany's going to go round in the lead.
And they were the ones starting all the way down at the pin, going for that left side of the course.
Oh, yeah.
Probably did that one tack on the left and coming out now picking the ley line. It looks like a big lead.
Interesting. So they won from the left-hand side of the race course. They've won the first part of the battle anyway. They're getting round the Windward Mark in first place, and look at the beautiful lead that they've got as their green Jenica goes up. And now it's going to be Switzerland 77, Seb Schneider and Arno de Planta.
They were also with them coming from that left side.
Okay, so the left not so bad after all. And the French having a good day. They were second in the previous race, and now they're lying third. And Poland 64, Staniel and Storch going round in fourth place. Denmark 6 having another good race. Rask and Jensen. Really tight here, with the Dutch just coming out ahead of Uruguay and Italy round the Windward Mark. Germany 11, Schultheisen, Riga. Austria 28, Pretner and Flatberger. We've got our first jibe setters going for it now. Oh, yeah.
Be tight.
Yes, watch out for that port tacker coming upwind. Oof, it's all a bit messy. I'm not sure that was the right call with the great benefit of hindsight. I'm not sure that going for that instant jibe set has really worked for anybody other than the, I think, French boat that was the first to initiate that move. France 95 also, but so a lot of jibe setters going for it, but the leaders are not being tempted away. Germany 22, Meggendorfer and Spranger on the left-hand side with the green Jenica.
I'm happy for them actually. They've been struggling with since the Olympics. They have been struggling with a bit of injury. So the helm has been having quite some back pain, and it's good to see them back in the boat, feeling comfortable and be able to race. They've had so far a good week.
And that back pain is something that you've struggled with in your career as well. Is there something specific about skiff sailing that causes the problem?
Oh, the French have to jibe and go behind. Oof.
Well, they got away with it.
Yeah, that was a close call. Yeah, I think in general, standing in the trapeze can't be good for your body.
Oh, right. It's got to be better than hiking, hasn't it?
Everything is better than hiking. Hiking, I never understood.
So, trapezing, the lesser of two evils compared with hiking. So, the Green Jenica of the Germans still way ahead of the rest right now. And it's funny how often the leader just keeps on stretching away. Having said that, we didn't fully see that with the Australians in the previous race. It always looked comfortable for them, but the French always kept them honest. They were always not too far behind. Do you think anyone can get back to the Germans in this race, Rebecca?
Right now it looks like quite a comfortable lead, and they could sail quite safe for the rest of the race. But with that said, if it comes a shift or two and you're sailing too much on the fleet, you might get out of sync and you see them coming closer and closer. But I think the German boat is experienced enough to be able to do both.
Yeah, because the experience is important. I know that when I found myself in the lead of races where I didn't feel that, maybe I thought I had imposter syndrome, it was hard to keep the right thoughts in your head. The wrong thoughts might creep into your head and you start overthinking what you need to do. And when you see it from the commentator's point of view, these races look quite simple, but when you're in the thick of it, it's quite hard to keep a clear head, I think. But you obviously mastered the skill of doing that, or maybe you always had it. Was it something you worked on?
It was definitely something we talked about, to just like, and that came back to like what kind of day it was. Was it shifty, impossible to sail on the fleet? Was it stable? Okay, it's safe to play on the fleet. But it looks actually like they've been catching up a little bit.
It does.
The Australian boat coming a bit closer, and it also, I thought it looked a little bit like the jibe setters were catching in a bit. Now is this only based from the tracking, but it looks almost like they've had a bit more pressure on the right side going downwind.
Okay.
Even though that bad jibe sets that we saw earlier.
It was worth paying that price for that, was it, from what you see? Because it looked awful. The jibe set looked really awful in the early stages. It looks like the Germans have gone jibed a little bit early, but maybe not. Maybe it's okay. The Aussies are pretty much on their tail, so this is much closer than I thought it was going to be. So Australia putting Germany under pressure here. Australia deciding to go round the same mark, which is slightly unusual, but it suggests that the right-hand side is where they feel more comfortable. And the Australians generally have held to the right most of the day so far. France 16 going round in third. Who's going to get round here? Italy or Uruguay? Uruguay with the marginal advantage ahead of Italy, just ahead of Germany 11.
Yeah, and Germany 11 was one of the boats doing that jibe set coming across, and it looks like they are quite far ahead than the switch boat that was coming around. I remember them coming around.
Yeah, what's happened to the Swiss?
I think they got stuck on the left. The same with the Dutch. I think they ran out of pressure on the left-hand side.
We haven't seen the Dutch yet. I wonder if they are the first boat to have gone round the far mark, and that's why we haven't seen them. But yes, the mystery of the disappearing Dutch and disappearing Swiss, we'll have to dig into what's happened to that. But yes, two really good teams that seem to have dropped off the pack here. Very unusual. Germany 22 going here. Meggendorfer and Spranger. Their green kite tucked away in the bow of the boat.
Yeah, they have such a nice training group in Germany right now, together with Germany 11, pushing, becoming better every day, and that's just so strong to have a very a good training group to be able to develop and push each other every day.
Yeah. And your other half, Justus, he was a key part of training with Eric Harl and Tommy Plussel, who won 2 bronze medals at the games, and Eric and Tommy were so grateful to Justus and Max, their training partners, that didn't they split the medal or something? Wasn't there, or did they have a replica made up? There was
Thomas Plussel made a replica to be able to give out to the most important peoples to be able to get that medal. I thought that was such a sweet.
Oh, that's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
So nice close up of Spranger and Meggendorfer. Why did Meggendorfer just lean in there, do you think?
Yeah, it just looks, this is skiff sailing. It just looks so amazing. You saw the crew just going in. It looked like they were easing a bit of Cunningham. I'm not sure how their system is working, if they have it in front or in the back, but it's just like the small changes all the time, being able to kind of almost fully stand or having block to block, as we said, with the boom just in the center line and really pushing it.
Into the tack, another classic example.
And here we see the helm hooking in himself, straight going out, getting the jib from the crew. And it looks almost like the Germans been sailing a bit more on the speedy side for the Australians to survive in a higher mode, still being all connected together.
Right.
But it looks like an easy stretch for the Germans right now to just be pushing it back to the top mark.
I wonder why they wouldn't have pushed a little bit higher just to make things a little bit more uncomfortable for the Australians. If they sail in that free open mode, that's really left the door open for Australia to have a relatively easy run of it in second place.
Yeah, I think you have to. It's a fine line to be racing boat number second, and the rest of the fleet. Seeing here, we have the Italians looking quite fast as well. So you don't want to be sailing to compromise yourself just to be holding one boat behind you. It looks like they've even been gaining a little bit forward now, the Germans over the
Australians.
Over the Australians, yes. But it's hard to see on this long distance. But the Italians definitely seem to have been having some good pressure coming out.
Yeah, looks like they're on a little bit of a high line there at the moment, but not that windy because Lorenzo Pazzilli, the helm, is having to come in a little bit. So I wonder if the pressure is down. Maybe the angle is good, but the pressure is down for Pazzilli and Toroni from Italy.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. It's a little bit like we saw on that downwind, that the left kind of got out of pressure, and we'll see if that stays for the rest of the race.
Good point. Yeah, the leading Germans got away with it where they were, but as you pointed out, those that did the jibe set maybe did make a gain back on the run.
It looks really light for the Italians.
It looks a bit uncomfortable, doesn't it? And the helm is doing the sitting in and the crew is staying on the wire. I used to do it the other way round. I always wanted, if I was the helm, I always wanted to trapeze a little bit longer. But how did you split that between you and Vilma?
We were splitting depending on the day and depending on the wave state. So it looks like the shop is coming a little bit, and then it was hard for me to be as far forward as we maybe wanted for water to come in over the bow, and then we had to switch. So Vilma went in and I could be on the wing to make sure that the bow was not hitting. But then on this tack now, we saw the Italians tacking, it would be completely different because then we have the waves more from the side. So maybe we would be switching depending on which tack you were on. But it's kind of interesting to see at the top now, we have the French, the Germans, and the Australians. They look kind of squeezed together, and the French been going a bit quicker and been surviving for a bit longer, but all three boats will have to tack to be able to make that top mark.
I've just been asked who is my expert commentator, because she's very good. So I'm just going to say again, it's Rebecca Netzler, Olympic silver medalist from Paris 2024, winning the medal for Sweden. and also the 2023 world champion. And it's great to have your expertise here. Oh, what's going on here? What have Australia done wrong to merit that whistle and a penalty?
I think they must have tacked too close on the French. That's the only way I can see why they would have to do a turn in that position. So far they only lost one position and are tight enough to be able to maybe bounce it back. I think they might have a bit of an edge going downwind. My feeling is that they're quite fast downwind, but it's definitely a tight race now compared to how it was on the first top mark.
It is, isn't it? And the Australians executed that 360 penalty with such minimum penalty to themselves. I mean, they took it instantly and they did it so smoothly, and that was really well taken by the Australians. But here are the Germans, looking like they've got good pressure going downwind. And here's the battle at the top mark. This is for 4th, 5th and 6th place around the top of the course. That's Austria 28 going round in 4th. What are the Austrians going to choose? Looks like they go for the straight set.
It almost looks like we have a bit of left shift right now, because many of the boats actually came in over ley line coming to the top mark. So it looks like it's been quite some shifts out there, and many boats would probably do a straight set, except the ones coming a bit further back to get any opportunities to be able to bounce back now on the last downwind to get a bit more space on the course.
I've got a question about moding. Back in the day would be a few knots different between twin wiring upwind and downwind. Now it seems they seem to twin wire on both legs in the same breeze. So it's sort of more, I think it's more evenly balanced between twin wiring upwind and twin wiring downwind. What's changed there? Is it the rigs are more powerful, or the cut of the spinnaker? What do you think's changed?
I definitely think we have more power now than we had before. After the Tokyo Olympics, we got a change in both masts and sails, and since then everything became a bit stiffer with this 3DI sails as well. And with, especially in these conditions, if you're able to double wire, you really get both the depth and the speed forward. So it is the balance to be kind of able to work with the apparent.
And it really has driven up the crew weights as well. And people have, over the history of the 49er.
Oh, nice.
What are you seeing? What are you seeing?
I just saw a fake jibe. It must be from the French to the Australians. We have done that a few times. It's such a nice move, but you can kind of only do it once because people will remember. So what the French did, they were just setting in for the jibe, going through the middle, and then just straight back up to the course angle to make the boat behind jibe. Because you could, in that position where they were, you as the Australian boat, you're just waiting and waiting and waiting for that French boat to jibe.
And so the Aussies took the dummy, did they? They took the bait of the French?
Exactly. So they jibed. I think it was, I can't say fully, but I think it was the Australian boat that was going them for the jibe, and the French just went straight back to be able to get that extra space and not being rolled on the port sailing back into the finish line.
Okay, well, let's see how that battle develops between Australia and France. That will all be good news for Germany, because it looks like Germany has extended the lead on the boats chasing behind. So the shenanigans between France and Australia is only going to help Germany win this race.
Exactly, and it looked like on the tracking that the Australian boat actually, after a while, tacked back to get a bit more of that left pressure, and now got back again. You can see the black kite just above the red one.
But it looks like
but
the red kite
loss.
is, going to say. I mean, the French red kite looks pretty comfortably ahead of the Australian black kite now. I'll tell you what's not comfortable is my knees, just looking at these Germans crouching the way they do. As my knees get older, I find it hard to look at all this crouchy stuff that you got to do in skiffs.
Yeah, and I think it's almost even worse for the helm. You see Jacob is really standing inside, being in that 90 degrees. I remember I was like sometimes just stretching out very quickly before Vilma even had the chance just to rest my legs.
It's my turn. It's my turn. You can have your turn and next time, Vilma. Right, nice jibe into the finish. And yep, still going for a bit of oomph out of the jibe, so taking it seriously until they fully cross the line, but a very comfortable win for Germany 22. And the green kite going back into the chute, and now they can look back upwind and consider that that was a job well done for Jakob Meggendorfer and Andreas Spranger. The French coming in with the red kite. In the end, it's going to be quite an easy second place. That's the second time they've got a second place today, the French. So France 16, certainly the highest performance of the day so far. And this is the 2024 World Champions, Clément Pequin and Erwan Fischer. Job well done. And yet to see the Australians. Here they come, winners of the first race. So actually on equal points in that sense. 4 points from the day so far for Australia, 4 points from the day for the French, who just finished in second. So well done to Harry Price and Max Poole, sailing super well. And Austria 28 are leaders going into the regatta today with a really good score by them, just ahead of Poland 19, Buksak and Gwods, ahead of, not sure, of one of the French teams and one of the other Polish teams, Staniel and Storch. French team coming across this side of the line. What do you see at the far end? Is it Uruguay?
Uruguay. It's a very tight finish there.
And New Zealand, maybe?
Between New Zealand, Italian and Uruguay.
And the Dutch on the far side, you can just see the Dutch jibing, and I think that's them coming in with the black kite. So Bart Lambriax and Floris van der Werken, they would have expected better from that race, because in the early stages they were going really well. And what about the Swiss? Swiss 77, we've yet to see them.
They are really far back in the fleet compared to where we saw them in the beginning of the race.
Ireland 99 had a good previous race, not such a good race in this one. Here's Swiss 77 on the right hand side. Are they going to roll over or just get on the inside of the yellow Jenica of the British? Photo finish between Great Britain and Switzerland, but wow, not much to write home about there. It looks like it's going to be a sort of a 20th or so for Switzerland, and they were looking quite good in the early stages of that race. So there's clear. Well, we talk about snakes and ladders. Am I allowed to talk about snakes and ladders, or I'm always told that's only a British board game?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
No, you don't know what that means. Okay. Someone out there watching will know what snakes and ladders means, and the Swiss have just slid down a snake.
Something definitely happened on that left, on that first downwind. It was kind of mixing up.
GBR4 just crossing the line. They'll be disappointed with that kind of result. And the Chinese, China 33, with the red kite, also not great. And Germany 21, Heindl and Jacobs. Should I say Jacobs or Jakobs? What do they say in German?
Jakobs.
Jakobs.
Or maybe that's a bit more Danish.
Jakobs. Okay. So pretty much back of the fleet for the two boats that we're looking at now, Great Britain and Germany. So yeah, that's going to be disappointing for them.
Lucky for them and lucky for us, we have one more race.
That's true.
In the 49er fleet.
Yes, and if you're going to have a bad race, have it early, and if you're going to have a good race, have it the last day of the last race of the day, don't you think?
Yeah, I think you're coming in with a bit of a more smile when you end the day on a high.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? You could get the same set of results, but you could still come ashore with a grin or a grimace, depending on how that last race goes.
Yeah, it's really not that. It is really like that, and it is. You can almost see coming when the boats are being pulled up the ramp, who's been having a good day and a bad day. That's true,
and that's something I've always looked out for at the Olympics. And the people that always impressed me the most were those where I couldn't tell whether they had a good day or a bad day. They had the same demeanour, the same face, no matter what kind of day they'd had, and I always really admired that. In the heat of the Olympics, if someone steps ashore and you have to ask them what kind of day they've had, I think that shows great mental resilience. I don't know if I was reading too much into that, because at the Olympics, we journalists get so little access to the sailors that we're reading every little detail we can into that small moment of interaction that we get. But I think there's something to be said about that.
And how would you analyze me?
I would say that you were probably, I think somewhere in the middle. I think I could still probably read what kind of day you'd had.
Probably.
Yeah. So I mean, you obviously got some fantastic results. Let's look at the results here. Magendorfer and Spranger, Germany 22. Quite easy win for them ahead of the French. Got another second place for Fischer and Picard. And Harry Price and Max Poole got a third place, which is really good considering they took that 360 penalty, possibly for tacking too close in. And then Pretner and Flatberger maintaining their hopes of still leading the regatta by the end of today. And Buksak and Gwods from Poland in 5th, and Umpier and Ditz at the bottom of that pile with 10th. Yeah, so I think, I don't know, I think I could probably tell what kind of day you'd had, but the thing is, mostly Rebecca, you had really good days, so you're probably smiling most of the time.
Yeah, but it is interesting you say that, because it was something we were talking about. And I think one boat that was doing that especially good was the Spanish.
Okay, yeah.
And now I can only speak for the FX because that's the only class I was coming in at the same time as. But I think they were, you could see if they had like a disappointing day, but they would always kind of have a smile on the face.
That's very true. So you're talking about Tamara Eshugoyen and Paolo Barcelo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and now, well, we were just talking about we're going to be hopefully seeing Paolo Barcelo and the other FX sailors tomorrow. We'll probably get them tomorrow. I hear that we're going to get a replay of last race winners. So let's go to that interview now. See if we can get that now. But we'll come back to FX sailors in a moment. Thank you, Alexia Lahoud, doing that interview. We couldn't hear it for the commentary booth, so I'm not sure what was discussed. But I just want to say I think Alexia is doing an amazing job for the 49er, the FX and the Nacra classes. Extremely active, and people think there's a big team behind Alexia, but there's a small team behind Alexia at this event, but mostly she is a one-woman band doing a fantastic job of promoting these 3 Olympic classes, and I think she makes an enormous difference to the profile of these fleets, and that ends up resulting further down the line in, I would say 49er and FX sailors get a disproportionate amount of opportunity in Sail GP and the America's Cup. You've done the Women's America's Cup. And part of that is the relevance of skiff sailing, and the patterns of play are similar to the AC40s and the 75s in the America's Cup, or the F50s and Sail GP, even though these boats are not nearly as fast. The pattern of play and apparent wind sailing is similar. But I think it's also the profile and the fact that these sailors are seen regularly on Instagram, on YouTube, on the social media channels. And whereas some of the other classes, like the Ilka, has been more or less invisible. I know that frustrates the Ilka sailors. I think this stuff is important. I think Alexia is a big part of putting Olympic sailing in the spotlight. What do you think the sailors think, though? Because they're very focused on performance, Rebecca. Do you think that they understand the importance of what Alexia is doing, or do they see that as a sort of something of a distraction?
I think it's a little bit both. I think it's also fun to see like the work that she's been putting in, how much that is bringing to all the other sailors, and is pushing in to actually be working on their own social media and be. You see more and more, especially from the younger teams, having TikTok accounts and Instagram accounts to really be showing sailing from a different view than it's kind of been shown before. And it's just like so much effort. I think like for myself, really enjoying the social media part as well. Otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here today. But I found it very hard to with that balance, and I think Alexia is doing a good job in like getting the best out of you in the week, giving us small comments, and I think as a sailors like giving that back, and I think they're getting better and better. I remember the first time she was working with us in 2023 Worlds must have been in Den Haag, and everyone was a bit shocked and surprised that this girl came and asking so much question and have to be on video. And now I think you see people get almost a smile on their face when she's coming in, asking for a few words.
I want to come back to that. I do want to say that we really love the engagement that we get through YouTube and through some of the other media. So send in questions. Hopefully they will find their way back to the commentary booth, and we will try and answer your questions. Chat with your friends on our YouTube page. Join our newsletter at 49er.org/subscribe. And if you want more racing, consider making a donation via 49er.org/gift, because I know that you love this racing. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to me drone on and listening to the expert commentary of Rebecca. But this all costs money, and it's not easy. And sometimes people get cross that there isn't a live stream at an event, and they sort of bang their fist on the table like it's their right that there should be live streaming. Well, unfortunately, live streaming costs, and right here's where you start paying at 49er.org/gift. And if you do that, we will be so grateful, and it makes it more likely that we'll be back in the future. And so we've got a fantastic live stream team headed up here by Adam Sims. I hope you're enjoying the amazing drone shots, and if you've never seen any of the work from the previous two worlds in Lanzarote and Sardinia, there is some great stuff to look back through on YouTube as well. And we hope that the good conditions continue for today. And I want to just update you that as things stand, Harry Price and Max Paul would now move into the lead overall in the 49er World Championship. So well done to those Australians. And we've got one more race to go for the 49ers before we get into the Nacra 17s this afternoon. Rebecca, I wanted to come back to you about the FXs, and we were talking about your game face, and you were saying how the Spanish were very good at coming in always with a grin on their face. And I think the other important thing about what Alexia and other people in the media do is that when you have a microphone shoved in your face on a regular basis throughout the year for the whole 4-year cycle, you're less likely to be that rabbit in headlights when you get to the Olympic Games. And I think getting trained for that and that becoming part of your routine of having annoying cameras and microphones in your face when you just want to get ready and go sailing is all good for the noise that you have to deal with when you get to the games. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I totally agree, and it was definitely something we were discussing, and we said, okay, the last year before the games, we had quite some good results, so we knew that at the games it would be quite some focus and a lot of questions and a lot of media, and we wanted to be prepared for it, because we thought that we heard from other teams it was the first time for both Vilma and myself to be at an Olympic Games, so we didn't really know about everything else except the sailing, and that's what kind of, I wouldn't say scared us, but it was definitely something like, how are we gonna prepare ourselves for this? Because in Sweden, at least, we say you mostly perform at your second Olympics because it's so much hustle around and stuff that we in sailing aren't used to. But so we took that media part into calculation and tried, okay, even on the bad days, even on the especially on the good days, you're happily talking to the media, but on the bad days to just be talking and being as honest as you want, and how to actually deal with it, because at the Olympics we can't hide.
When you had a bad day, would you own up to it, or would you try and put a better spin on it when people ask you a question?
I think it was a little bit depending on how bad the day was. Like the Lanzarote Worlds, when I fell out of the boat and had to swim like at least 250 meters to get back to the boat. We didn't in general have a bad day. We had a bad moment. And I think sometimes in the media and in the commentary, it looks like you had a bad day or because of something happening, but actually it was just that little moment that wasn't going according to plan, which kind of made snowball out.
Yes, I don't know. Would this be too mean to bring this back in tomorrow and do a replay tomorrow of that moment when you fell out the boat?
Only if people give me credit for how quickly I still swam back to the boat.
I think we can give you full credit for that. It was a long way.
It was a very long way, and to add, it was still the first downwind on that race. So we still finished that race, and I think we actually didn't end up last.
Amazing. Because that was, unfortunately, Vilma was too good at sailing that boat single-handed, wasn't she?
She was a bit too confident, thinking that she would be able to drop the kite. I don't know how much wind it was, 18 knots, maybe 16 to 18 knots. She actually thought that she would be able to drop the kite and pick me up again, which she after a while realized, okay, I can't do, and capsized. And I just saw this boat sailing away from me, thinking I was never going to get back.
How many times have you watched that back? Have you watched it back?
Yeah, a few times, but it was still taking, like when it straight happened, it was just like you just go straight into, like, you're still racing. Like for me, it was no option to be quitting, because we also knew that we needed that good results to be bouncing back for the world title. And it kind of, as soon as it happened, it kind of flashed that, okay, that was it. But
the world title might have gone with that moment.
Exactly, but I was just like swimming for my life, and thought that at least we have one more race of the day.
And with your buoyancy aid and everything else, it must have been quite ungainly doing that swimming.
Yeah, I really had, it was quite a cold day as well, so I remember I was really having everything on possible, kind of, a little bit like the sailors yesterday. And I tried to open my harness at least to be able to really move my arms and shoulders.
Right. Wow. At least you had the waves pushing you along. There were quite big waves there, weren't there?
Yeah, definitely.
Were you worried about being run over by any of the other boats?
At the time, I wasn't, because I thought it was so obvious and that they saw me. And then I talked to our training partners, Helene and Marie, the Norwegian boat, that was like 3 meters in front of me. And they're like, no, we didn't see you. I was like, okay, then maybe I shouldn't have had so much trust.
Wow.
Because it was so big waves, they didn't really see.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that was a feat of swimming that you never knew that you would have to perform in your Olympic sailing career.
Definitely not. And after that, I felt like we need to practice clothes swimming a lot more.
Right. I've got another question in for you, Rebecca. We got about 3.5 minutes to go to this start. How do you make best use of the time and your coach? When you and Vilma were campaigning, what kind of conversation did you want to have with the coach in between?
I think it's a little bit also there depending on how the day went and what was kind of important in the race, but we focused quite a lot in what's coming. So we were really good at almost like forgetting if it wasn't like any big things that we need to bring for the next race, to just really be focused on what's coming next and be prepared, because it's changing so quickly, or it could change so quickly. So you really want to be prepared for what's coming next, because it's constantly a next race or a next upwind or a next downwind.
What's coming next for these? It looks really busy with 1 minute 30 to go. Are you concerned about Poland 64 at the bottom of the screen? Are they going to find a space?
It looks kind of tight, especially with the American boat just taking that spot. But it's still, a lot can happen in 1 minute, but I'm not sure that so much could happen. But maybe they want that second row start to be able to tack out early, even though it doesn't look great right now.
That's a good point, isn't it? You know, you don't have to win the start at this end, but as long as you've got the free lane to get out to the right-hand side, that probably is good enough. Just to note, while we can see it, there is the Blue Peter flag on the committee boat. So there is no penalty for being over the line early. You can wait above the line if you want to. You probably don't want to do that. But no one is going for that pin end bias this time. They really don't like that left-hand end at all, and it doesn't look like there's many takers for the port tack start this time. So maybe there's a bit of starboard end bias.
Yeah, we only have 20 seconds left, and it's another start again than we saw that last time, where the Germans started all the way down the pin and were leading all the way around. So it will be interesting to see now. They are up at this pin or this committee boat end, and we only have 5 seconds to go.
Australia coming in very late, just tacking in underneath. France 95 coming in late. Poland 64, they couldn't hold their position there. I think our timing is out. I think we must have a minute to go.
Actually, we could have seen the flag. I think we should. But we have 1 minute to go now, which kind of makes sense because it was really, everyone was kind of a bit too relaxed to have only 10 seconds to go.
So we don't exactly know how many seconds, but maybe about 30 still to go. And
yeah, I think we have 25 seconds here.
France 95 doing a really good job of holding station. Very good positioning by them. And USA 31 looking like they might just get themselves in there.
It is kind of interesting. We see the Dutch, that is a very experienced team, and the Polish not really having a spot at the line, but not being too concerned about it.
Going for the late port tack start for the Netherlands, which will work fine as long as... Wow!
They were so lucky.
Is that lucky or is that good?
I'm not sure. But
that's incredible. What an amazing start by Netherlands too. Did they really know that USA 31 was going to be so slow to accelerate? That was a piece of opportunistic last-minute poaching of an incredible start by the Dutch. Last into the start box, didn't care about putting their towel on the deck chair early. They just went there, dived straight in the swimming pool before anybody else.
We see still most of the fleet going to that left-hand side, and the Dutch boat is doing the same as they did the last start, being the furthest down boat on this right-hand side.
I would much rather be this Dutch boat right now, I think. I think they look really good. It's hard. It's really hard to say. We've seen the left do well today as well, but they look so stacked up on each other here. There's going to be very few that come out cleanly. I don't know what's going on with Poland 19 there. Have they got some weed on their foils or something? They're all over the place. Poland 19 on the right-hand side of the picture. It almost looks like they're pulling out of the race. No, they're back up to speed again. I don't know what was going on there, but...
Yeah, so I've been looking a little bit at the tracking right now, and actually the Dutch 2 is almost 1 knot faster right now, 2 knots faster than the New Zealand boat 94 that we see here, kind of leading the pack to the left side. So it has been definitely more pressure on that right side where the Dutch boat's been. They
look a little bit higher on angle on starboard now as well. This leading boat on this side, New Zealand 94, looks a little bit low, almost to the point where I'm wondering should they tack. But it looks like it's a bit of a struggle to keep the boat speed on this side of the race course.
Yeah, but the Dutch boat's actually been tacking and is trying to cover up the fleet a little bit and be a bit more connected, but they're still looking strong.
And they're a bit bent-legged as well, so generally it has dropped a little bit lighter. And it doesn't look quite so comfortable for the Dutch from this angle. I feel like Austria 28 could maybe get a piece of them. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Still pretty comfortable for the Dutch right now.
Yeah, it looks like they get a nice band of pressure there, actually being able to fully stretch.
One of the British boats looking quite nice on port tack on the far side. But Netherlands too getting comfortably across the Austrians. It wasn't even close. It was just me not reading the image very well. But those boats that have tacked on the far side look like they've got a slightly higher angle. Netherlands 2 able to sail their own race.
We almost see how the Austrian boat is coming into the pressure there, just on the left side of the screen, where the pressure was for the Dutch boat. But as you said, the boats all the way on the left, we're getting that almost like it's been shifting, like a pressure band shifting left there, that you really have to dig into to be able to get.
Yes, I think you're right. It doesn't necessarily come all the way across the course. So looking at Uruguay 14, Hernan Umpierre and Fernando Dietz, winners of the Europeans a couple of years ago. I've tended to think of them as light wind specialists, but I'm told that is not the case anymore, and they are really good all-round competitors. And they're being coached by Finn Sterrett, the British sailor who raced in the last Olympics with James Peters. Finn was doing the crewing job, the same job as you do, Rebecca. So he's part of the class of Paris 2024 that has also stepped away from competition, but has come back this week to do some coaching with the Uruguayans.
Yeah, and interesting because the Uruguay and the German boat here that we see on the screen were one of the boats starting all the way down at the pin. So it will really be interesting to see at the top mark if it did matter that much on which side of the starting line you actually did the start.
Interesting, yeah, because the left-hand end generally hasn't been that popular. There's been the committee boat has been extremely popular on the starts today. Germany 11 is Richard Schultheis and Fabian Rieger, and they've shown some real world-class form at times over the past year. So it's no surprise to see them doing well. And I don't know where they're in the overall standings. I think not quite in the... Oh, no, actually they're fifth going into the day. So right up there, because the points are so close. The Austrians, Austria 28, were leading going into the day, but only with a points advantage over China, who in turn only had 2 points advantage over Switzerland. And then a whole bunch of boats on similar points. So it's really, really tightly bunched, even though we're already on day 4 of this 6-day World Championship. And then we look down on the rig of Netherlands 2, second in last year's World Championship, the 3-time World Champions, Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken. And there will be a new World Champion this year, because the winners of last year, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, the Olympic champions, won that world title, but have decided to step out for a year or so to focus on doing the America's Cup with the French, as well as all their commitments to the Spanish SailGP team, Los Gallos. So the Spanish are not here to defend their title, and amazingly, there is no Spanish boat in this top 25 gold fleet. There were 3 Spanish teams here, but none of them made it through to the final 25, and not even Konrad Konitzer, who was 5th in last year's World. So that must be disappointing for the Spanish. Coming up to the top mark now, very, very close between Germany 11 and New Zealand 94. Germany 11 is going to go round in the lead, but who's going to execute the better exit and the better hoist? Germany doing a good job, got the kite up straight away. New Zealand just getting into the hoist now, and they've got the kite up and a slightly, I was going to say a slightly lower line, but actually pretty much the same line as the Germans.
It is just such a benefit being able to come in the position where the Germans were coming in, because they can do the tack around the top mark, while the New Zealand boat have to do the tack and then sail a few meters and bear away. You can just bring so much speed from the bear away and the tack like the Germans did while hoisting. So you automatically get a few extra meters being the leading boat in that position.
Yes, and that's exactly what we see here. Not much of an advantage, but a little bit. But certainly the Kiwis still close enough to be able to make the Germans feel like they're under pressure. And just a little bit back, who is it Uruguay in third?
Yeah, so right now we have the German 11, New Zealand 94, Uruguay, and China. That is the top 4 boats.
So not the same German team, but another German team leading a race today. Just emphasising how much strength and depth there is in this German squad that you were talking about earlier, Rebecca.
Yeah, and we were actually walking around in the fleet asking who they thought would be the top 5 at this World Championship, and Germany was one of the teams that they were talking. No one was specifying which German, but one German.
Right.
And that just says how strong of a fleet they have. Also being coached by an ex-49er sailor, Ryan Seaton. So it's many old sailors coming back and helping the next generation. And
yes.
Just the love of the sport.
Yeah. And there are some really young sailors. For example, in the 49erFX, Emma Koloff from Germany is just 18 years old, sailing with Anna Bartz. And they had a really good day yesterday. And it's unusual for young sailors to do so well in such strong winds. It normally takes years of experience to get that muscle memory and to get that comfort, that level of comfort with the boat that you need on a day like yesterday when all hell was breaking loose on the race course. It was an absolutely extraordinary day. And Jesus Renedo, the Sailing Energy photographer who's been shooting images of 49ers for more than 15 years, says yesterday was possibly the most extraordinary day that he's ever seen for various reasons, which we can go into if we find we have the time. Germany 11, good jibe there.
What's interesting also with this German boat is that the crew, Fabi, he was actually helming. He was crewing for a long time, switched to be helming for a few years, and now back crewing. So he really knows the boat from inside out, and I think what we can see is how well they're working together and feeling the boat to be sailing fast. I think they've been extending their lead a little bit on this downwind. Also the winners of the Princess Sophia a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so very good season so far, and 10th in last year's World. So no real surprise to see them leading this race. They're certainly among the favourites. And that, they were just going past that mark. Which one are they going to go around? They're going to jibe round and
go back to that left side of the race course.
I think that's the first time we've seen the leader of a race do that today, isn't it?
Yeah, I must agree. It's been a bit more going on the right. And now we have a switch. The wind has also dropped quite a lot. Looking outside of our windows, it's really looking a lot lighter than when we started the day. So it might be, or it looks like it's a shift in where the pressure stays the longest.
Okay. And it's always encouraging when you're leading a race for the next boat around to follow you. It makes you feel like you made the right decision because they wouldn't be doing that otherwise. But look how light it is. Oh, this is knee-crunchingly light again, isn't it?
Yeah, that wouldn't be anything for you anymore.
No thanks. Although I might have to do that in the Musto skiff in a month's time. There's still no getting away from it. Oh, look at the gaps here. The gaps are just enormous, aren't they? And
wow. That's the Uruguay and Chinese.
How have they dropped off the front two to the extent they have? That's just incredible. But look also underneath those clouds, it looks like there's another band of breeze there. And looking at it, I think I would want to be going further left than they've gone. Either the two leaders have now tacked onto port. I wonder if they should have carried on a bit further out to the left.
Yeah, I actually think the New Zealand boat tacked, so German is just playing it safe right now, or just following, because the gap is so big. They don't want to split too far.
Yeah,
they
fair
know
enough.
that they're going fast upwind.
Yeah. I mean, for all that it might look good on the left, if your competitor tacks out to the right, you don't want to be made to look silly as they find something on the right and get ahead of you. And there's the Dutch Netherlands 2 just coming downwind now. And some of the there's a lot more speed coming out of that 49er top left of the screen. So the Dutch looking a bit dead in the water where they are going downwind, and some of the others are closing in, and there's a new band of breeze just about to come in, and I think finally my knees will be able to breathe a sigh of relief and we can stretch our legs again fairly shortly.
Yeah, we also see a switch in the boats coming now, a little further behind the two leading ones, actually going to the right-hand mark and getting out to that new pressure the fastest way possible.
So enormous gaps have opened up.
That looks just so much better than what we saw
Doesn't
coming
it?
around the marks. It just looks like a happier boat.
So you've got to keep your wits about you today. This breeze has really dropped out, and this is what the Nacra 17s are going to be facing when they start racing in maybe half an hour's time or so. From our commentary position, we can see the Nacras heading out onto the water, and that will be the action for this afternoon. Germany 11 got the Kiwis fairly well squared away to leeward, so Germany 11 in good control of this third race of the day. Richard Schultheisen, Fabian Rieger, NRV is Norddeutscher Regatta Verein, is that right? Is that their club?
Yes.
Where is that?
That's in... Oh, now I hope that no one will... if you correct me, that's fine. Because I think it's Hamburg.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
I'm sure someone will let us know if that's wrong.
Yeah.
All right,
Please
let's
let
go
us
with
know,
Hamburg.
but I think it's Hamburg.
Okay.
What's interesting is also that the New Zealand boat coming into this race actually climbed up to 4th. So they look like in a good position to be climbing even more as it looks by it right now.
Yeah, yeah. And Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, they look like they have all the ability to continue this great run of New Zealand 49er sailing that has led to medals over the last 4 Olympic Games, both between Pete Bowling and Blair Tuke, and Isaac McCarty, and now I'm going to forget it was McCarty. It was the Macs, the McKiwis I called them.
McKiwis.
Bit of a close cross there. USA just going ahead of one of the Germans who had to do a bit of a duck, and this is...
Oh, I think they even have to duck again.
Oh, it's very close for Germany on the right of our screen. Germany 22 just getting across the front of possibly one of the French boats. McCarty and Mackenzie. Sorry about that, McCarty and Mackenzie. Took me a while to wrap my brains. Silver medalists in the last Olympic Games for New Zealand.
It's definitely a different race course right now. It's the pressure is going up and down and looks like it's being quite stationary, so that you really have to sail into the pressure to be able to get it to not be bounced out like we saw in one of the other races.
France 520, Hugo Reville and Carl Deveau front of picture. And there's also another Reville, Theo Reville, with Gauthier Talieu. So 2 brothers racing in different boats. And there's a similar scenario in the Nacra with 2 Aussie brothers sailing in different Nacra 17s. Bryn Liddell and Jake Liddell in different boats. And Bryn and Rhiannon having an absolutely fantastic day in their Nacra 17. We'll be watching those Australians compete against the rest of the Nacra fleet a little bit later on this afternoon. That hopefully the foiling catamarans, but whether it will be enough for full foiling, we'll have to see.
We're finally back here with the top 2 boats that's been really stretching out compared to the other boats. It looks quite comfortable for the German boat there, and I'm not sure if they are going to ley line right now or being on ley line. We lost a little bit the tracking, unfortunately. but it didn't look like a very stressed situation, and there we are. It looks very nice from their perspective right now.
Yeah, easy lay line for them ahead of New Zealand. And these two still have an enormous gap over the rest of the fleet. But we saw a lot of things changing on that previous run, so I don't think you can say anything is safely in the bag on a day like today. Around go the Germans, still leading. Up goes the orange kite. And then New Zealand about to go round. So same positions as previous time round, but if you remember, they pretty much tacked round the windward mark together the previous time, but that small advantage that Germany had at that point has now stretched to a slightly larger advantage. And look at the gap back to the next boat back. Is it Uruguay? I'm not quite sure, but
Oh, you can barely see. Oh wow, the fleet is really stretched out, and you can see how the pressure was just giving enough for the German and New Zealand boat to get around that gate and start going upwind again before it came to the rest of the fleet, because it's some big distances right now. Now it's just the nerves of actually having pressure enough to go all the way to the finish line and not being stuck in any of the wind holes that we've been seeing on this course.
as long as New Zealand doesn't jibe, would Germany just carry on all the way into the corner and just try and one jibe it into the finish?
I would guess so, but it would also, if they see pressure, I think this boat would, like the German boat, wouldn't be scared of just going on what they see and not think too much about the New Zealand boat, because the pressure has been so patchy. It's almost more crucial to make sure you stay in the pressure.
Nicely executed jibe by Germany. Still comfortably ahead of New Zealand with a blue Jenica. How much further will New Zealand go? Still going a bit beyond the German line. They'll want to get as much separation and lateral split on the Germans as they can, so they'll be trying to milk whatever difference they think they can get away with. But now the New Zealanders do jibe.
Yeah, we also see Richard looking back, knowing where they jibe to be able to plan the next move.
And New Zealand looks a little bit lower in angle at the moment, which might make the Germans slightly nervous. New Zealand looking pretty good there.
It also looked a little bit like they could stretch more from. Now this was very far away, but now Germany just have to keep cool and sailing their pressure and not starting to look too much on the others and sailing accordingly to them.
With the benefit of hindsight, I'd be thinking as Germany, oh, I wish I'd just carried on a little bit longer. I wish I hadn't left the door quite so open to that blue kite of New Zealand, because I feel like there is an opportunity here for New Zealand. It's a pretty slim one, but the door is slightly open for New Zealand to steal this win.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see where actually the finish line would be. Right now, it could also be that the German boat wanted to secure that wind to not, if it came any shifts or pressure, that New Zealand, if they jabbed on top of them, actually could push through and get the inside anyway.
That's true. What do you learn about sail shape from there? You don't often get to see that view, do you? Unless your coaches were running drones and doing similar kind of viewing. Do you see those shots in training?
No, not anymore. Like, we didn't do it, but I've seen that more and more coaches start with the drone, and I think especially for the start training, it's really powerful. For sure with the sail setup as well. I just think that's so much harder to be looking and comparing to other boats, because it's so much on the feeling. Oh, the New Zealand boat is even jibing out again.
Wow. So
They
that there's more golf
definitely
in this hole
must.
than we thought.
They
Yeah.
definitely must see something on that side.
And look at the boat coming down, top right of picture as well, number 3. I don't know if that's Uruguay or who that is, but someone, boat number 3 is coming down with a little bit more pressure. And Germany has now jibed.
It
And
looks quite far still to the finish line.
you can see one of the leeward marks, so it can't be too far out of sight, the finish line. I think Germany are on their final approach, but I wonder if New Zealand are any kind of threat. We'll see that blue kite come into view at some point. Here's the orange Jenica in the middle of the picture. These are our race leaders, Schultheis and Rieger from Germany. Will this be the second win in a row for another German team? Germany won the previous race. Will it be another German team that wins this time round? Tense moments as we wait to see where the blue Jenica of the Kiwis is, and this is looking really close. This is looking close. Who's going to take this one out? Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush on the left with the blue kite, jibing right in front of Germany. Germany jibe away. This is going to be oh so close. Who's going to get across the line? It's still not decided yet. And it's another, oh no, it's a penalty. So there must have been a shout of protest and the Kiwis pushed it a little bit too hard. And Germany's Richard Schultheis and Fabian Rieger do win the race. But wow, they left the door open to the Kiwis. The Kiwis nearly got their foot in the door and stole that race win, but not quite, because the win goes to Germany. And now New Zealand has to make sure that it squeaks across the line in second place, because that fast closing red Jenica of Uruguay nearly stole second place off the Kiwis. So what a finish, and what a great day for German 49er sailing, Rebecca.
Yeah, amazing. And what a finish we got to see. I wasn't expecting it to be that close. But then the New Zealand really saw some extra pressure by driving out a few extra times. Actually getting that pressure in and getting distance close together again. That was nervous wrecking.
Who would have thought, with the gap between the top two and the rest of the fleet, that there was any sniff of anyone else getting close to those front two? But that's how quickly things can change in 49er racing. Well done to China getting a 4th place. Blue Jenica just about to come across the line. That's one of the French boats, France 95. And that is Lucas Ruel and Emile Amoros, European champions a couple of years ago. And now a really tight push across the finish. One of the Polish boats just about to come across. I think that's Poland 19, Buksak and Gwods. And then Netherlands 2, another fantastic start that somehow they didn't manage to convert into a better finish. I don't quite understand how the Dutch, those 3-time world champions, are getting such good starts and not able to convert that into better finishes across the finish line.
The Danish Jonas Warrer also crossing that finish line and should be happy with that result after quite a deep result in the race before. So we see like the China getting a better feeling to end the day.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And now every point still counts, even back here, even though it's not quite so exciting to be getting a finish outside of the top 10. Everyone is going to be fighting for every position. Swiss 77 coming across the line just outside of the top 10. Same for New Zealand 45, Matthias Coutts and Oscar Gunn just outside the top 10. And there's the green Jenica, I think probably of the Germans who won. No, that's not. It's not the Germans. I didn't see where Megendorfer and Spranger finished.
Yeah, it was them.
It was them, was it?
It was them, yeah.
Oh,
You were
okay.
correct.
Yep, yep. So that goes to show, you can win one race comfortably and then be pretty much, well, the 18th in that race. So 18th in one race, first in the previous race. That's how quickly fortunes can change in this really high quality fleet. And whoever comes across last in these races is always a surprise to me, because someone's got to come last. But it's just wall-to-wall quality, isn't it? And you're always going to see a high quality sailor come across in 25th place And I'm not sure if that was
That's
25th for Austria 28. Leaders of the regatta coming into today. I don't think they're going to be leading after that. But it's been a really good run for Keanu Pretner and Jakob Flackberger for the first 3 days of this competition, but coming across in last place in that race just now. We talked earlier about, Rebecca, if you're going to get a good race or a bad race, you don't want to make the last race of the day your bad race, do you? Because it's going to be hard not to come in with a grumpy look on your face.
Yeah, and exactly. And I think it's interesting as well. We've been seeing on the Austrian boat how steady they've been through the qualification series. And today we have 3 races in where the top 25 boats are racing into each other, and they got 2 of their discards. Now they only get to discard 1, but a 15, a 4th, and a last. It's just it is the tension and the fleet coming together.
Previous race, it was Harry Price and Max Paul that were leading overall, the Australians. Now it's some other Antipodeans that have moved into the lead after that race. Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. They nearly made a mess of it. They took that penalty trying to steal the win off the Germans, but they did the right thing. They took their penalty. They held on to their second place, and that second place is good enough to move the Kiwis up into the top spot. Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush now leading the 49er World Championships at the end of day 4. So really good day for Australasia and a really good day for Germany.
Yes, and I would say also to add to the New Zealand team, what's interesting with their series, if we look back through the days, they don't really have any discard yet. So they still kind of have it open because their worst race is a 10th, which is still very good. So they have options still for tomorrow to be able to get a shitty race in
and
still be comfortable.
Just tell me about discards. Why do they exist and what do they mean? So we're not counting all scores, is that right?
Yes, exactly. So we're counting everything except one score, which is our worst score in the series.
And why do we allow that? Why do we allow people to drop a score?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know, but the sailors are very thankful for that opportunity to have one race where stuff happens, because that is sailing. You will have races where stuff doesn't go as you plan, or maybe you even in an incident where you were not in fault, but still getting a bad result from it. So it's kind of a little comforting knowing that one race you don't have to fully perform to still be in the top.
I suppose it's for if somebody crashes into you, capsizes on top of you, it wasn't your fault, that kind of stuff. Bad stuff happens. But there are also races, like I remember the Far 40 Worlds, the Keelboat Championship, they don't allow any discards. In Formula One motor racing, you count all your scores. If you crash out of the first corner of a Formula One race, there's no get out for that, but it's a part of our sport that seems to allow that. Do you think it's a good thing? Do you think it would make a difference whether there were no discards or a number of discards?
I think the sailors are happy with having one discard, and then you're always depending on how your week is going if you want to wish you had more discards or not, but I think one is fair.
Okay, well that's where we are, and it's the same for everybody, so it shouldn't matter too much, should it? Remember, chat with your friends on our YouTube page. Do put your comments and messages there, and if there's anything that you want us to address in the commentary, we'll do our best to do that. Join our newsletter at 49er.org/subscribe, and if you want more racing, make sure that you make a donation via 49er.org/gift. And we thank you for everybody that does do that. We really appreciate it, and it helps us to bring out these live streams, which we love doing, especially on a great day of sailing like today. And just to update you, we've had our 3 races of 49er World Championship, the top 25 in the fleet, all competing against each other just now. And we're now looking at the Nacra 17s, and this is the foiling catamarans. Whether there's going to be enough for foiling today, we'll have to see, but that will be part of the fun of it. It might be on those crossover conditions where when you get a puff, you might just be able to kick the boat up into foiling, and if you can and everyone else stays low riding, then you're going to make big gains. So I'm only going to allow myself one more snakes and ladders, but that's where you can get real snakes and ladders. Now, not far away, we've got our class manager, Ben Ramoka. Let's see what Ben has to say about these worlds. And Rebecca, you can have a bit of a break, and we'll get Ben in to talk us through what's been going on at these championships.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Ben. Welcome, and thanks very much for joining me. But I understand we might be able to see some highlights of the 49ers so far. So if we've got a highlights package, let's run that. Love that last finish, that close finish where New Zealand nearly stole the win from Germany, but then had to take the penalty turn. Ben Ramoka, class manager for 49erFX's and Nacra's, 3 of the Olympic classes. We've seen some really class racing today, haven't we?
We have, and we're seeing the next generation jumping right in there with Richard Schultes and Seb Menzies, 2 of the youngest sailors we've ever seen performing at this level at a world championship, duking it out right to the end of that sequence, third race of the day. So those are both incredibly young former junior world champions in there, mixing it up with the big boys already.
Right, so that junior world title means something. It is a pointer towards where your destiny lies at senior level. That's interesting.
Yeah. At the last year's Worlds, something like all of the top 8 after the first day had been junior world champions, except one. Jonas Warrer, who was so old, there was no junior world championship.
They hadn't invented it back then. Yeah, I was giving big shout-outs to Denmark 46 with the 46-year-old Jonas Warrer getting his bronze medal last year. Ben, anyway, we've got a short wait before we wait for Nacra 17 racing to get underway. You've got some messages you want to update people with what's going on in the world of Olympic sailing. So take it away. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about just what's going on in general. The Olympic sailing, that you step out and stretch your legs before the Nacra sailing. So we'll have 3 Nacra races upcoming shortly. They're just adjusting where the race committee boat is set up so that the Nacras can have a bit of a longer reach, and then we'll get straight back to the racing shortly. But in the meantime, there are some changes going on with Olympic sailing, and I thought I could spend a few minutes to update all you sailing fans out there with what's going on. At the end of Paris 2024, the IOC asked sailing to contribute better to the business side of the equation. We're a great sport at developing young people. We've got clean athletes. There's a tremendous learning environment. We got interesting and articulate people all participating. But we don't entertain the Olympic audiences as much as other sports do and as much as we should. So we got a good lesson from the OBS, that's the Olympic Broadcast Systems group, on what we can do better. And, so often in our sport we talk about, we'll bring in kites or we'll bring in skiffs, and that'll make everything so exciting that people want to watch us. But we actually had to step back to kindergarten, step back to the basics, and start doing some of the things that broadcasters need of us better. And one of the main things that is to start and finish races on time and fit within broadcast windows. TV broadcasting is the backbone of Olympic revenues, and that's your 26-minute section within a 30-minute time slot, or your 52-minute section within an hour time slot. And we as a sport have to get better at starting on time, finishing within the time window, so that we can be scheduled and entertain audiences the way the way that TV works. So within that, one of the big causes of friction within our sport has been general recalls. So often we'll be ready to race, and then there's a couple boats over early, and we can't see them all, so we have to restart the race. As such, we've adopted an electronic starting system so we can reduce that. So every boat here is carrying a high-precision GPS unit, and then the system tells everyone when the start is. At go, everyone is immediately told whether they're over or not. We've already seen that play out a few times, so they can go back and get on the good side of the line. We don't disqualify them anymore, and we let them restart, just like it was in the old days. That said, that way we don't need any general recalls, and we can start on time for TV. And then there's many other benefits that the sailors are finding as well. They love that the system turns on automatically. There's no more standing by the committee boat and trying to sync 30 athletes' watches like a game of broken telephone. They love that they know if they're OCS immediately. In recent years, we've been using a U flag, which meant if you were over, you got completely disqualified. So teams that were over just kept racing, but they wouldn't really know, or teams that were over or teams not over would both go racing, and they just wouldn't know whether or not they were over or not, and they'd have to sail the whole race with that uncertainty. Now they get to know right away. Another little nuance is you can actually see the unit on your neighboring boat. So right after the start, you can see whether your neighbor's on the good side of the line and going to stay there too, or whether they're over and they're going to get out of your way. So that affects the lineups straight off the start line as well. And then, for the media, it's made a big difference as well. I don't know how many of you were able to catch our As Live coverage from earlier this week, but in the past, boats, we'd be filming races and talking about races, and boats would be over the line, and none of us would know it. The boats wouldn't know it, the media wouldn't know it, and we'd end up covering them like they were good starters and good and competitors in the race. And meanwhile, we'd find out at the end that we'd spent a whole 15-minute segment singing the praises of a team that was already disqualified from the race. So now those boats get out of the way, and we can talk about the race as it's actually happening and actually occurring, and it makes for a much purer broadcast and something we can really hang our hat on as a sport. So, it's early days with this electronic starting systems. There's lots of companies that are out there working on them, and so far so good. I really hope that we're going to be able to start our races on time for the Olympics and also for our World Championships here with you. I don't know how many of you tuned in right at the start, but we were on time today, exactly what we thought we'd be. Okay, so that's the start line business. That's the reasoning behind it. There's also some more changes that we've tried to make as a sport to make the sport more exciting for the Olympics. Namely, we have adapted the formats for all 10 Olympic events. The kites and the IQ foil windsurfers had different formats from each other at the last Olympics. Those two groups have gotten together along with World Sailing and come up with a common format that they can both use. So they'll be using one format that the winner across the line in the final race will win the gold medal. And then all the boats, so the 6 boat classes have all gotten together along with World Sailing, and we're also going to on our way to coming up with a common format for all of us. On the final day, it's still going to be 10 boats like it has been in the olden days, but this time there's going to be 2 races, not one, so it'll feel more like what sailing is, which is a series. We're going to compress the scoring a little bit so that the final day will matter. So often in the past, we've had guys like Outeridge and Burling win before the final racing, and that's to a detriment to the Olympics. No one wants to tune in and watch a race that the outcome's already been determined. So at the next Olympics, everyone will have to perform on the final day, at least to some extent. But of course, we don't want necessarily in fleet racing to have it all down to one race, at least if it's not elegantly achieved like that. So we've been working and negotiating with the sailors and all the other stakeholders on a good way to make sure that the week counts, because that's what fleet racing has been, but also that the final day is exciting. Here at this championships, we're doing 2 different options on how to compress the scores on the final day. For all of the 49erFX and Nacra 17, we're racing 5 days ahead of the final day. And then on the overnight between day 5 and day 6, we're going to implement these 2 different versions of compression. For the 49er and the 49erFX, we're going to do a straight linear compression. So we're going to divide all the scores by 2.25. That's a number we've derived so that the final races are worth the same scoring power pretty much as the Gold Fleet races. So we have 25 boats in Gold Fleet. That's how we get to that number, just slightly less than the straight 2.5 that it would be from 25 to 10. So that will all come out pretty cleanly, and we'll be able to show you a scoreboard before the final day of the top 10 scores, and then add the 2 scores from the final race. For the Nacra 17, the compression is slightly different. We're going to reduce any of the gaps from any of the boats in question down to a maximum of 9 points. So if your gap is less than 9 points to the person ahead of you, nothing changes. If your gap is more than 9 points to the person ahead of you, we reduce that gap to 9 points. And then we're going to do a second operation where if anyone is more than 18 points behind third place, we're going to shrink that gap to 18 points. So ahead of the final day, which, at the Olympics, at least 99% of people will only ever watch the final day. We're going to have a very clean scoreboard, some points that are fairly close, and then 2 races, just 1st to 10th. So easy to add up. Here, for all of you hardcore fans that are watching ahead of the program, you can also be sure that these races count for just as much in the case of the 49er as what the races on the final day, and that should make for some overall quite exciting sailing. Don't have an update yet from the race course about when we can expect our warning signal for the Nacra. And I don't have much else to talk about. Let me see if I can bring up the scoreboard and see if I can bring you guys some updates. Or maybe, Adam, you've got a couple clips to run. We can see the race committee here working. Actually, we can see someone with a hand on a flag, which is encouraging. But I do have the updated scoreboard here for those of you who are just watching our 49er coverage. Seb Menzies with George Lee Rush. They do move up into first place. They've got a 4-point lead. So quite a big jump for them. Very solid day with a 5.82. And I first met those guys when they were 6 weeks into the 49er fleet. They'd been sailing 29ers. They're quite young. And then they came over to the Junior World Championships in Lake Como and absolutely cleaned the clocks of the 49erFX fleet in that week. It was medium winds. They're a couple tall lads, and they had good leverage, and they just were faster than everyone and won that championship by a mile, and then immediately jumped back into the 49er. Second place, we got Harry Price and Max Paul from Australia, so a down-under dominance so far at the Worlds. And then in third place, we've got Richard Schultes and Fabian Rieger. So that was, two of the top three we saw battling it out, and we saw Harry Price, obviously, and Max Paul featuring through the day. Very impressive sailing.
And really surprising to see Bart Lambrechts and Floris van der Werken get such good starts and not be able to convert them in the way that they would have liked. They are in 7th at the moment. On equal points, so the 3-time world champions from the Netherlands on equal points with the 2024 world champions from France, Erwan Fischer and Clément Piquin. So thank you very much, Ben. Thanks for your updates and your explanations of formats. And he's the engine behind making all of these three classes work so smoothly, and they are amongst three of the best run Olympic classes in my view. Of course I would say that, wouldn't I? Here I am. Commentating on the class that I used to compete in the 49er a long time ago. I raced in Quiberon almost 30 years ago at the start of the 49er class being Olympic. It's really nice to be back here. Just wish it was a little bit warmer. We just went outside briefly, Rebecca, and it was pretty chilly out there, isn't it?
Yeah, you can really see I was meeting some coaches coming in from the water, and they are in full weather gear and they have the hats on, and I sitting up here where we are looking out, it looks so beautiful. It's really a nice scenery, and then you see everyone being fully dressed on.
Yeah, like sitting inside our commentary booth, you just see the sun. You don't feel the wind chill. It is a lovely day to look out at, but you do need your winter wetsuit there at the moment. And especially at the speed that these guys are going to be travelling at, the wind chill of a foiling catamaran. And we're going to be seeing what kind of level of foiling we get. They're capable of upwind foiling. But it might be one of those days where they're in H1 mode, i.e. flying one hull in the water, sort of classic old school kind of catamaran sailing style. But downwind, there's probably enough wind to get them foiling downwind, I would think. So probably quite high speeds. We've got some highlights from the previous day, which has got quite a lot of Nacra in it. So let's take a look at that. Although just bear in mind, wind conditions can vary. Wind can go up and down. And yesterday the wind was up. Day 3 in Quiberon, and for the competitors in the 49erFX and Nacra 17 World Championships, this was the biggest, nastiest, hardest, toughest day yet. In the 49erFX women's skiff, GBR24 strengthened their position at the top of the leaderboard, but there's no room to relax. Denmark 13 and Germany 10, along with the rest of the fleet, are snapping hard at those British heels. In the 49er fleet, we saw just one race completed today. Austria 28 continued to hold the overall lead with another solid result, but it was a tougher day for China 33, who will be hoping to carry today's score as a discard later in the regatta. Across the 49er qualifying fleets, Poland 64, Denmark 6 and Denmark 4 each took bullets in their respective races, making the most of a short but high pressure day on the water. And in the Nacra 17 catamaran, it was pedal to the metal sailing. Australia 5 came flying out of the gate with a world-class performance in the first race of the day, building a sizable lead even after the Swedish teams had dominated the start line. But at the top of the leaderboard, the local experts from France 51 remain in control. Behind them, Italy 98 are clawing their way back into contention and now sit second overall, even if they're carrying a 12th place result that they'll be looking to discard. If they can drop that score, the Italians could very quickly leap to the top of the standings. That's it for day 3. For Friday onwards, follow us on the live stream, and on Friday we'll be getting right into the action as we start Goldfleet racing in the skiff classes. So that was the action yesterday. It's quite a different scenario. Can you believe we're even looking at the same waters, because it was so rough yesterday, and fantastic images, which didn't come without the loss of a drone yesterday. So we say rest in peace to that drone that we may never see again, and it lost some amazing footage as well. You know what photographers always say, it's not the camera, it was the stuff that was on the camera that we lost. But still great to see that there was some fantastic footage that did make its way back to shore. And as I mentioned earlier, Jesus Renedo, the legendary Olympic photographer, said that was one of the most difficult but memorable days that he's ever experienced, and there were a number of reasons for that. There was that cruising boat, that recreational cruiser that sailed into the FX course, and 2 of the leading teams had to take avoiding action and ended up capsized and tangled up together with each other. Luckily no one injured from that, but there was a bit of boat damage. And then I mentioned earlier also the 49ers, when it got so windy for them in one race that they couldn't bear away at the windward mark, and they just had to keep on sailing upwind. And in the FXs, they were getting close to the bottom when the wind piped up, and they couldn't keep on going dead downwind in the normal way, either with kite or without. So some people were reversing across the finish line. That was the only way that they could get across the finish, was by sailing in reverse. But let's just update you on those scores. So Seb Menzies and George Lee Rash now move into the lead. That's not them you're looking at, by the way, just in case. But Harry Price and Max Paul from Australia in second, so really good for Australasia at the top of the 49er Goldfleet standings. Richard Shortice and Fabian Rigo winning that last race of the afternoon for Germany. And good performances for Germany generally. It was Meggendorfer and Spranger who won the other race, the middle race that we saw. And Pretner and Flatberger from Austria, they were leading going into the day. Not such a good day for them, but they're still in 5th, so they're still very much in contention. And then the 2 sets of world champions from France and the Netherlands in 6th and 7th, and China's Wen and Liu in 8th place, and Uruguay and Poland bringing up the rear in the top 10. All the points still really, really close.
Yeah, to add on that, so it feels like quite a difference sitting in 3rd or sitting in 7th, but it's actually only 5-6 points in between, so it's really nothing. It's really from one race to another, and that changes. So it's everything to play for tomorrow, and we plan 3 more races. Yeah,
no one is running away with it. And then we've got this different format for the final day, which keeps things fairly tight as well. So I need to see more of this format before I can really say whether I understand it or like it. I never really liked the medal race anyway, so I think for me it's probably going to be an improvement, but I don't know. We'll see. I like the idea of keeping things open for a little bit longer, but it's understandable that people see it as unfair, that if someone has sailed so much better than everyone else throughout the week, that they shouldn't be able to win with a race to spare.
Yeah, it is. So far as they've changed this format in just general, nothing to do with the format, we have seen that the points are in general more close than they were in the last preparations for the Olympics. So in general, the fleet has been more together with the points to avoid someone winning before the last race.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but have you managed to keep up with the FX results at all today? Because the FXs have been racing today as well. Have you managed to look at the results for the FXs?
Yeah, so it's quite some big changes in the FX. We also, as in we saw in the 49er, we had completely different conditions. So I think it's fair to see in the result list that we have some new leaders coming in. We have the French boat 63, Manon Pierre, and Amélie Riou. I'm very sorry for my French. Taking over the lead, followed by last year's world champion Paula Barcelo and Maria Cantero. So they really climbed today. I know we both talked to Paula yesterday, and she was kind of happy, but also not happy, a bit frustrated with the day. She said that they managed to do all the hard stuff except going straight line on the downwind, which I can see can be a bit frustrating.
Well, yeah, straight line on the downwind should be straightforward, but not yesterday because it was so easy to pitch pole. And she thinks that they capsized maybe 6 or 7 times in the course of yesterday's 4 races. And she thinks they capsized in all 4 of those races. So, yeah, really surprising because, okay, they're a fairly new pairing, but this new pairing did win the World Championships at their first attempt last year in Sardinia.
And to add, Paula was crewing before.
Exactly.
So she didn't just switch partner, she also switched position, which I think is very impressive. Bouncing back so quick to be in the top of the fleet.
I can't think of many people that have achieved that switch because we tend to be specialists as helms or crews. But to make the move across from one role to the other and immediately to win that first world title as a helm for the first time is quite amazing. And therefore, yeah, very surprising that they were not able to keep the boat upright on those downwinds yesterday.
Yeah. And in third place in FX after today, we have Isora Manhout and Anouk Gerots from Belgium.
Okay, yeah, and that we know that they're perfectly capable of doing well, so good for them. And the Schmidt sisters from Denmark in 4th.
Yeah, and another German in 5th, but now on the girls' side, Marla and Hannah. Followed by Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, now on 6th place, and they were leading coming into today.
Yeah, so they kind of had such a good day, sort of a similar day to the Austrians that we've just been commentating on in the 49er men. And then a very familiar name to you in 7th place, Sweden 77.
Vilma and Ebba. Yeah, it's so great to see them. I'm so happy for them. They're working so well together. I know that it's always a big change. You're working so closely to a person, and then for Ebba also to come in, it wasn't easy shoes to fill, but I think she's doing a great job.
Yeah, and they came very close to winning that world title last year as well.
Yeah, also coming into that championship, they hadn't been sailing so much together, so we really see the potential, and yeah, it's a bright future for them.
Yeah, definitely. Why did you have the sail number 77?
That was my favorite number. I think it looked so fast.
How many years did you have that?
Not as long, actually. So before, when I sailed with Clara Wester, I was having 99 because we felt that's still the worst. We didn't feel like we really earned that top 25 position. We still felt like it's more to gain. So then at least we were like the last boat. But I always saw 77. I thought that looked really fast. So I thought with Vilma now we can use it. 77
is a very cool number. I like it. One of the other things about the Vaqueros units that are now being used in the 49er and the FXs, am I right? The FXs as well as the 49ers, yeah. But not the Nacras yet, is that if you think about it, the reason why so many boats, nearly all boats in Olympic sailing are white and fairly indistinguishable from all the other boats is that you want to be invisible on the start line. You don't want any features that stand out So sailors are always trying to hide because if the people doing the spotting along the line from the race committee are looking for the boats that were over, you don't want any distinguishing features. But if it's the electronics on Vakros that are calling you over the line, there's no reason to have an anonymous white boat anymore. If you're from Wales, you can have a dragon emblazoned over your boat. If you're from Japan, you can have the rising sun all over your boat and over your sails. Well, what would you choose in Sweden if you wanted to be truly representative of Sweden? Obviously, we know blue and yellow are the colours, but is there an animal related to Sweden, or a tree or a
maybe
plant?
Maybe a moose. I don't know.
A moose.
Maybe. I'm coming from the north as well. We're very, very focused on the moose.
Oh right, okay. Well, it's just as well the sails are big to be able to fit a moose on the sails.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd like to see that.
That would be pretty cool, though. I would be happy to see that.
Or maybe IKEA. Do you think you could get sponsorship from IKEA?
Oh, I don't think so. I think they're quite closed. But they're also using the colors, aren't they?
They do, same colours, so it fits quite well with the branding. We've got these massive billboards, and we're not using them. And I really hope that Vakros is not just about cleaning up the starting, which is the primary purpose at the moment, but the secondary purpose, and maybe further down the line even more important. What about the 18-foot skiffs and the sponsorship and the support, financial support they get from companies in Sydney and Australia to help pay for their sailing? Same with the 16-foot skiffs. I really hope that people are starting to get creative with how these boats look. They already look amazing, but I think they will look even more amazing when people start to experiment with putting fantastic colours and designs on their boat, because there's no need to hide behind on the start line anymore.
When I started, or like the first time I think I saw an FX, it was the Finnish, Noora Ruskula. She was having a full pink boat. It was pink sails, pink hull, everything, and they had Gant as a sponsor. And it just looked so cool.
Nice. So
but she wasn't. I think she was only using the boat for training purpose, and just because of what you say, you don't want to stick out too much. And in the end, when you get too much into race mode, you don't want to put too much extra stickers on because of weight.
Yes, there is that as well. But at least for the hull weights, that is an all-up weight. So that can all get taken into account if there's any extra stickers or anything, or vinyl wraps that you put on the boat. So any extra weight can be taken into account when the boat is measured, right?
Yeah. So I think, at least for me, what was kind of special was the Olympic branding, because that's the first time you really see the boat being in full color, and you have now for me the Sweden initials and a bit more.
And your name as well.
Yeah, the names were on the sail, which I don't know, that didn't catch me as much, but just the colorful hull really made a difference.
Yeah, beautiful. And beautiful images here. Look at this. Wow, water skiing off the side of the boat. I think that's maybe the Spanish Wisner brothers we might be looking at there. This is yesterday, by the way, just to make that clear. Absolutely brutal day. But for those that could handle it, they totally loved it. So much fun to sail 49ers in that kind of breeze where you're on the edge of control. And if you manage to tame the beast, you come ashore feeling like you've climbed Everest and you've come back down again alive. It's so much fun to sail in those conditions. But when it goes wrong, it goes badly wrong, and you can have an awful day. I suppose that's why it makes it so exciting, is you're riding the edge of jeopardy the whole time, aren't you?
Yeah, but I'm kind of happy having yesterday as well, because I often think the girls are being sent out in those conditions, and the boys always sitting ashore thinking that they're kind of weak, not being able to handle it. And yesterday we actually saw the boys not being able to bear away anymore in the afternoon.
Oh, so
just going upwind.
It was the turn of the girls to show the boys how to do it.
A little bit, and I thought it was good for the boys to actually also be pushed as much as they were yesterday. And we saw quite a few boats capsizing and not finishing the race. And that's in the past it has been that the girls been starting first and the boys haven't been sent out. And it's always, boys and girls. It's been the shadow in between. But yesterday they really showed the girls that we are all training in this condition, so why not race in it?
Great. I love to see it.
Yeah.
Love to see it. And apparently that mad mark rounding video that we've just seen has now got 1 million views on Instagram already. Can you believe?
God,
It's
yeah.
incredible.
And the fun thing is, I think so many of us can relate to it. Everyone that's been sailing this boat have been water skiing off it.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I never felt I could enjoy that moment. It looks fun watching other people do it. I didn't really enjoy doing that water skiing myself. I felt like something very bad was about to happen. And you've got to be very careful how you put your feet back on the side of the boat.
Yeah.
If you manage to do that. Yeah. Anyway, fun times.
I think that for me came with age. Maybe it was when you were younger, you just didn't care.
Right.
You were just being hammered everywhere, and you were still having a smile on your face.
Yeah, that's true. As we get older, these things hurt a bit more, and the consequences seem a little bit higher. Did you ever try sailing barefooted?
Yeah, one time, but that wasn't because we wanted to, because we forgot the shoes at home.
And
In
what
Palma,
was that like?
it was our first Palma. I think many 49er sailors or like Olympic sailors, Palma is like this holy place where you go for the first time on your big international regatta. And that was how it was for us. And on the first race day, we forgot the sailing shoes at home. And we lived too far away to run home and get it, so it was barefoot.
Oh, what was that like?
It was horrible. We were both sliding everywhere. We couldn't tack in. We couldn't really tack, but we could tack even less without shoes. And downwind was just horrible. It was impossible. We were standing really, really wide and trying to still sail.
That would not be fun. It amazes me when some sailors do it by choice, but Pete Burling was one that liked to do that in light winds. And his coach, Hamish Wilcox, didn't really like him doing that. But Hamish Wilcox, back when he was winning 470 World Championships, was another barefoot sailor himself. So it was not like they were doing anything different to what he was doing. But I don't know if Kiwi feet are different, if they're grippier. But my feet are not grippy.
No, I think they're more barefoot in general.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what. But it's definitely in Sweden. We're having a too long cold period for our feet to.
You can't walk around barefoot in the winter in Sweden, really, can you?
No.
And you're from the north of Sweden, so you're up near the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, so no barefoot for us. That was this one time.
Yeah. I love watching this footage of the Swiss from yesterday. They look so smooth. This bit, not so smooth, but possibly even more entertaining. There's the water skiing. Whoa, manages to hold on to the tiller, get back on board again. So good.
And then straight back to racing. Still survival mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, we're still waiting for the Nacra 17s, the course to get settled, and then we'll be able to get into seeing who's going fast in the foiling catamarans today. And I came straight from SailGP in Bermuda last weekend, and Joan Cardona and Nicole van der Velden, the Spanish team, were part of the Spanish crew that came second in Bermuda SailGP last weekend, and they flew straight across to this event in Quiberon, and we've got some other players in the fleet, like Swiss 77, who we've just seen sailing the boat so beautifully in this high-speed video. Arnaud de Planta and Sebastian Schneider coming fourth in SailGP and then winning a really windy race yesterday. That's them there right now. And I wonder if sailing at 50 knots on an F50 means that when you get back on the boat in a 49er on a day that's scaring a lot of people, maybe it's not really scaring the Swiss at all, because they've been more than double the speed in an F50. But I just love watching these images of them. They look so in control. And the jibe, when we see them do the jibe, looks like they've done that all their lives, and the foot placement and the body movement is so confident. So I've got a question about where should the 49er and Nacra 17 Worlds happen next. So Rebecca, what for you makes a good venue? Well, you won in The Hague, which I thought was going to be a terrible venue. Turned out that those 2 weeks were really good. I feel like we dodged a bullet and we got away with it because we had moderate wind and really big tide. If it had been windier there, it would have been a disaster. And if it had been light winds, you probably wouldn't have got round a course against the current. But we had a really good Worlds there, and I'm sure you got fond memories because you won that one. But what for you makes a really good Worlds venue?
I think where you have, like, the biggest problem with sailing is that we want wind, but not too much. So but we also don't want the same conditions every day. We want the difference. That's why we're doing the sport and love it so much, because every day is new, kind of. So we need a spot where it's kind of easy to get to, that is having big areas, easy launching, and waves. I like waves.
So can you, as you say all those things, can you think of a venue that ticks all those boxes?
Not really. And I also think it would be exciting, like, now we're here. I don't know if the fleet has been here before. I don't remember being here, at least.
Not for a World Championship, I don't think.
But I also like when we go to new places.
Yeah.
Because it's the season is kind of looking the same every year. You're doing your winter training. This year, many people were doing it in Lanzarote or Villamora. Then you go to Palma. Then you go to Hyères. And then, now we're here. Or you go into a longer training block, and now it will be a lot of LA for the following Olympics coming up.
Yeah.
So it would kind of be interesting to go to a new place, but it can still not be too far away from the others, because then people get annoyed that they have to drive a far away.
I went to Azerbaijan last year, not related to sailing, and it's the lowest capital in the world. It's actually something like 70 feet below sea level, which doesn't make any sense to me because it's right next to the Black Sea, so therefore the Black Sea must be below sea level as well. I don't really understand that. But it was so windy, it was so warm, it was so windy, and it just seemed an amazing place for reliable sailing winds. But because Azerbaijan is not really on our map, it's not a place that we would necessarily go to, and the logistics of getting there, it would be like going to Turkey and a little bit further, and these days probably a little bit too close to Iran because it borders Iran, so there's probably other reasons you wouldn't go there. But there's exotic places to go to, but generally they become more expensive to go to, so that's the challenge, isn't it? Some of the ones being thrown at me: Perth, Garda, Cape Town, Tahiti, Thailand. Which of those leap out at you?
Oh, I must go boring and think Garda.
It hasn't got waves.
Yeah, it got quite choppy. I've been
that
there,
counts for waves?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's not ocean waves, but it's definitely not flat.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel that's missing, at least in my career.
Okay.
I was never sailing the 49er in Garda.
I did a 49er Worlds in Garda in 2001 in Malchesney, and I have to say it was a little bit boring. It wasn't the top end of Garda. I think you've got to be at the top end of Garda to really get proper Garda.
Yeah. Torbally, maybe.
Torbally is amazing. Did a Musto Skiff Worlds there a couple of years ago. We got another one there next year. I think that's sort of falling onto a 4-year cycle for us because we love it there so much. But even then, it's not as reliable as it was, because I think maybe global warming. Garda is not as clockwork as it used to be. But I still the cathedral. It's like going to the Vatican of sailing. I feel, with those high cliffs and everything. It just almost feels like a religious experience there.
Yeah, and what I'm also thinking about now is that because we did so much sailing in Barcelona 2 years ago now, with
this is the America's Cup.
Yeah, and Barcelona is also a very good venue.
Okay.
I think we had a Europeans there, 2016, if I don't remember wrong.
Okay.
And it was also a really good event.
Right.
And having a lot of space for everyone.
Yeah.
I think it would kind of be amazing to go to Perth or go somewhere far away. But I don't know if I'm too biased for being a European myself. But it feels like because we have so many European events, everyone from like outside Europe is kind of setting up everything here with boats and ribs and spares and cars and trailers. I was coaching an American team, and like the setup they have built here so far away from home is also like impressive. That they have to organize really everything that I think at least we took for granted that we kind of had here.
I think that's so right. I think there's a natural advantage to being based in Europe when you're doing an Olympic campaign. I think it is a bit harder for everybody else from different continents.
Yeah, definitely. And I think then if everyone, I don't know if I'm allowed to really say this, but if everyone else is setting up to have everything in Europe to be able to do the rest of the Europe tour, for them to also ship away and for the whole Europe to ship away, it kind of gets a little messy.
Well, funnily enough, when World Sailing was looking and was implementing a very global World Cup, which by definition it should be, so looking to have events in China and Australia and the Middle East, for example, as well as in Europe, Santiago Lange from Argentina, the multiple Olympic medalist and gold medalist at Rio 2016 in the Nacra, said this is a disaster for us who are not in Europe, because it makes it even harder for us. So even the people that you would think they would welcome the World Cup to go to different places around the world are saying, no, we'd rather that you keep it in Europe, which doesn't really make it feel like a World Cup if it's only European based. So I can see it from both points of view. But the logistics and the expense of logistics has got even higher since COVID.
Yeah.
And it's so hard and difficult moving boats around the world now, that there is even more of a reason to keep things centrally located in Europe, which does seem unfair on the rest of the world, but I'm not really sure what the right answer is.
No, and I think especially now with the Olympics in LA, people are going to send their stuff over there and maybe they even keep it there. I know that it's been discussions to send a boat there and really have it there for a long time. And that kind of makes it then, should you then have 3 boats? Because you still need to have a boat at home to be training because of the time that the boats are traveling.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, it's not only the extra costs for shipping everything around, you also have to think about adding another boat or mast and sails and spares. Just imagine how much tools we have to travel around the world.
Yeah.
That we don't think about as the basic setup.
Yeah.
Ribs, how many ribs do we have to have? Also for safety measures. So it is a tricky question.
There's also another thing that you probably don't have to worry about, but now that we have Brexited in the UK, we're the same as people from overseas, from China, Australia, USA, whatever. In the Schengen region of Europe, you're only allowed 90 days in Europe for every rolling 180. And I know a lot of the sailors, including the British sailors, it's a new problem for them in the last 5 years that we didn't used to have, is eking out those 90 days. And you really have to make the most of the 90 days that you're allowed. And then you have to go looking for other venues where you're outside the Schengen region to be able to continue your training. And for those non-Europeans coming from outside, sometimes they have to dive off into Britain for a few days and get back a few days before they can go back into Europe. So there's all that challenge as well.
Yeah, I think that's almost the most unfair in it all, that they're just like not allowed to be where you want to be.
Yeah.
And have to count the days. That's really nothing that we ever had to do.
I thought there would be special dispensation for Olympic aspirants and athletes, and I think in some cases that has been the case, but in a lot of cases, you're not. You're treated the same as everybody else, and you just have to make those days work. And now that they've gone to fingerprinting and facial recognition this year, it's really difficult to game the system. I think
probably shouldn't try and fool the system.
No, I don't think you can get away with it. But I think there have been ways and means of doing that in the past that have maybe disappeared now.
Yeah.
We got 5.5 minutes until the Nacra 17 start. Let's just talk about some of the characters in the Nacra 17. Tim Morniac and Alois Returnaz from France leading at the moment, and Morniac is from right here in Quiberon. And so on the first day when it was very, very shifty, he was getting up onto the left-hand lay line really hard and even overstanding at times. And he had I asked him, he had that extra level of confidence. He'd seen that before from that angle, and other people weren't prepared to sail extra distance. I mean, why would you ever go over lay line? But, it's extra distance you don't need to sail. But he was confident enough to do that and came in hammering hard from the left-hand side and got some really good scores. So the French are definitely strong on home waters. We saw a really strong performance from the Australians yesterday. Bryn and Rhiannon in, I think it's Australia 5. That's one to watch out for, certainly in the stronger winds. And then the Italians, Ugolini and Jubilee in Italy 98. Definitely ones to watch. Narrowly missed out on winning the world title last year in Sardinia, and the people they lost out to were John Gibson and Anna Burnett from Great Britain. So they are the reigning world champions and also in the mix. And Sweden's been going really well this year. Obviously, whatever they've been doing over the winter has worked really well for Swedish Nacra sailing.
Yeah, so what they did, they stayed in Italy after the last Worlds to continue training in Cagliari and also with the Italians as much as they could. And we all know the Italians have been very, very strong the last years.
Yes, and so any chance you get to train with them is going to be an opportunity you want to take. Currently in 6, Wilhelmine Offerman and Scipio Hoopman from the Netherlands. They're definitely one of the regular front runners. And here is our lineup. So Morniac and Retornaz, the leaders from France, top left, and then go across to second place. That's Ugolini and Jubilee. John Gibson and Anna Burnett in third. And Bryn Liddell and Rhiannon Brown from Australia, it should say, in fourth. Svensson and Dackhammer from Sweden in fifth. Offerman and Hoopman from the Netherlands in sixth. Magdalani and Busco, the Olympic silver medalists from Argentina, in seventh. Gargett and Hoffman from Australia in eighth. Bauer and Hin from the Netherlands in ninth. And Jeroen Jonsson from Sweden in 10th.
What is kind of interesting as well, where is France 44? They haven't, I don't know where they are in the list right now, but they are French and they really like the light wind. So that's definitely someone we have to keep an eye on. And that's Clement Martineau or Eloy Clabon.
So this could be their conditions.
To really climb.
There are always specialists, aren't there? It's very difficult to be good across the range, which is the mark of a true champion. But you can have your specialists who are particularly good in one condition. So let's keep an eye on France 44 and see how they go today. We've got 1 minute 35 to go and much less of a pattern. That's our forecast for the next 3 days. So today, 9 to 15 knots. Pretty similar over the next 2 days after that, just extremely different wind directions. So we're on a northwesterly today. It looks like a southeasterly coming up tomorrow. So similar wind speed, but very different wind direction.
And that's been almost through this whole time before. We've had different conditions, but almost the same wind direction, which kind of will make it interesting for the following days.
Yeah, definitely. Like you were saying, you love to have that variety of conditions for a championship. Well, we're certainly getting that. Just blazing hot sunshine would be nice, wouldn't it? Rather than crispy, cool sunshine like we've had. 45 seconds to go, and the fleet making a run at this line from a long, long way back. It's a completely different starting lineup compared with the 49ers.
It's still kind of, yeah, I'm not sure with the timing.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's been a postponement. Yeah, you're right, Rebecca. This is not a lineup. We're still.
They just got a new flag going up there.
Oh yeah, there's a oh no, not a postponement. That's a U flag, isn't it? The red and white flag. So I don't think we get a lot of general recalls in the Nacra fleet anyway.
No, so they are still, if we can call it now, after a few days, and Palma being the first event with the Vaqueros for the 49er and FX, their Nacras are still in the old way
Yes.
of having flags, sounds, and general recalls or UFDs.
Yeah.
So now you're not allowed to be over the line inside the last minute.
Yeah. Okay. Now it says general recall. I don't know if.
Oh yeah.
Don't
Some other boats we can have an eye on today is Canada 41. That's Galen Richardson and Madeleine Gillis. I don't know where they are in the standings coming into today. They're a bit deeper in the fleet, but they also call themselves very good in the light. So there is a few boats that likes to be sailing the more traditional catamaran way before it was foiling.
Okay. And there's an Indian entry as well, just one place behind the Canadians. Sideswa Doipodi and Ramya Saravanan. And I think we've got Indian representatives in all three Olympic classes here as well, which is good to see.
Yeah.
Haven't seen much participation by India in the high performance classes, so let's hope that's a trend that continues.
So we already see we should start soon get closer to the 1 minute. The boats are positioning themselves a bit more down there at the pin.
Yeah, complete opposite to what we saw with the 49er. They seem to like the pin end of the line a lot more.
So I would say in the Nacra it is a bit of a different strategy and tactics than we've seen before. Tacking in a Nacra is very costful, so they are a bit more picking the side and winning their side. And the start is, in that scenario, very, very important to be able to hold your lane and sail fast.
Yes, probably
Straight.
even more so than in the 49er.
Yeah.
So not long to the start now. And good positioning by New Zealand and one of the French teams. Just trying to identify the sail number. Might be Morniac and Retournaz, 51, I'm not sure. Holding that position. Some of them sailing out beyond the pin and looking like they're going to go for the port tack start. We're just getting accelerated now.
Oof, it looks like many boats are over.
It looks like, as you say, tons of boats are over on the far end, and unless, well, let's see.
Oh no. That wasn't, that's France 485.
Okay. Really good start by New Zealand. That's exactly what they wanted to happen. And look how much better things get very quickly for New Zealand for managing to claim that front spot. But France 485 also doing pretty well. Good start for Canada. Good start for Argentina.
And Australia 5 just like sailed so good yesterday.
Yes, also good for them. Michael Wilkinson sailing with new crew Kate Stewart. Michael Wilkins he's not done a lot since the Paris Games, since winning the bronze medal in Paris 2024. Not done a lot in Nacras, I should say, because he has been driving one of the boats on the E1 powerboat circuit at huge speeds. And it looks incredibly exciting. And he's driving that boat for Team Drogba, the team that is headed up by the footballing legend Didier Drogba. So he's doing a completely different type of foiling. Meanwhile, this is the recall flag that we're seeing flying across the fleet. So that was indeed, as you predicted, Rebecca, that was a lot of boats over and they had to do the general recall. And here we see exactly the reason why the 49ers have decided to go for the Vaqueros system.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting now when we get to see both things. And we just said that we haven't seen that many recalls in the Nacra.
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Yeah, you really jinxed it. I don't know if it's the current that's been turning the tide, coming back. That's what making...
A lot of port bias as well, maybe, looking at the way the fleet was stacking up.
Yeah, and lighter winds, everyone is on it. And what a shame for the New Zealand boat that did such a good start. Then we don't know if they were also being over the line, but after a start where you really feel like you're pushing forward, you never want to general recall.
No, of course you don't. But that's the nature of the beast. And wow, I mean, sometimes you just want to strip the sport back and ask yourself, what are you trying to achieve? And there is the upfront cost of the Vaqueros units, which I believe is about $600.
I think it's even more.
Is it
actually,
more?
Yeah. They are very expensive. But for us looking at this now, we would rather have them having Vaqueros and just do a turn and we can watch the race go live.
Well, I asked class manager Ben Ramoka about how the fleet was accepting the cost. So what he told me at the Princess Sophia Trophy in Parma was that most teams would go there for, let's say, 2 weeks, and the cost of a trip, all in all, including the cost of bringing your coach and accommodation and rib hire and everything else, let's say $10,000. And you've got, if you get a total number of races in the regatta, that's 15 races. Divide 15 into $10,000. That's $666 per race. So he was saying the Vaqueros unit was $600. Okay, maybe that's not quite right, but let's stick with those numbers for the time being. So if you manage to gain one race back, i.e. you haven't lost races because of these endless recalls, and you managed to get a full complement of 15 races in, if you only need to justify one extra race to justify all the costs of doing that event. So his broader point is that however much the upfront cost of the Vaqueros system might be, when you look at the overall cost of a campaign and what you're trying to achieve by actually having clean races rather than these endless general recalls, it doesn't take long to justify the cost of that unit.
No, definitely not. And we just see how much time this is taking now, so. But we also don't know, maybe it was a big shift that was making that everyone was being over, pushing for that left. Or at least we see them moving. I was kind of worried that the wind would die off a little bit now and that we wouldn't have so much power left for the Nacras. But it looks like they're definitely moving, and they were at least one hull out of the water on that first little upwind, what we can see.
H1 they call that in SailGP. But yeah, there are times when they're going to be H2, 2 hulls in the water today. They're all H2 while they're in waiting mode, waiting for this start to get underway. What impressed me about the Nacra was that even in the worst of those conditions at the Paris Games in Marseille, there was a particular day, I think when they were looking to get maybe it was the day of the Nacra medal race, and it was not the most exciting race, but at that point we were getting desperate, and we just wanted a race of any kind to happen, and the Nacras were still able to race in about 3 or 4 knots.
Yeah.
So they're quite versatile. Let's do a replay of that start and just see what happened again. So here we go. I don't know what the countdown was at this point. I think New Zealand were not that far forward. They were probably not the culprit in terms of triggering that general recall. But look how they get into H1 mode. They get that windward hull lifted, and look at the acceleration that the New Zealanders gain from just popping up that windward hull and immediately leap forward on the boats around them.
Yeah, we can also see how far forward they were compared to the boat starting at the committee boat.
Yes.
That's already so many meters.
That's
will take a lot of speed or very smart decision making in catching up.
yes, and that there surely has to be a reset of the line. So there's probably been a big wind shift to the to the left, and probably the race committee is going to have to reset the mark. And one of the other pieces of technology that once you've tried it, it's expensive and it seems like a hassle initially, and then when you've used it you think, well, how could we ever operate without it? The robot marks that are used as routine in SailGP, and increasingly even in some club races where some clubs have bought those marks, and I understand that they have those marks at Semaine Olympique Française in here.
Yeah, I think we also had it in...
You had it in the Worlds that you won, didn't you?
Yeah, and in the Worlds last year. I think they also had it. I can't promise, but I think so.
Well, I remember they were there for those Worlds in 2023 in The Hague with that massive amount of current.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they were there for the 49erFXs, but I certainly remember they were there for the Ilkas, because there were stories of people getting stuck against the mark, and normally a mark has a bit of give when it's anchored to the bottom, and it will sort of give way, but because these are GPS located, these marks are saying, nope, this is where I've been told to sit, so this is where I'm going to stay. So the harder the boat pushes against the mark, the harder the motors go to say, no, this is my GPS position, I'm going to stay here. So that's something that you have to get used to, is there isn't so much give, and sometimes when a boat has dragged a mark downwind, one of these robot marks, as soon as the boat and the mark get separated, the mark immediately starts motoring upwind to its original position, which is what it should do, but it does sometimes catch out some of the boats behind who thought, oh no, the ley line is there, but oh no, the ley line's moving because the boat's going back to the mark's going back to its original position. But overall, I think these mobile marks are phenomenal, and in SailGP they're constantly compressing or extending the length of the course, because they've got a target time that they want to hit for the TV broadcast window. So if the wind starts dropping lighter, they'll bring the windward and the leeward marks closer together, and if it gets windier and the boats are going faster, they'll extend the course, and it gives them so many options.
So now we have 3.5 minutes left to the start, and if we can zoom in enough with our eyes, it looks like we have a black flag, which means all the boats being over inside the last minute will be disqualified from this race.
That's what we like to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
Zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance, and we actually can see the British boat fully foiling, and it looks like the wind is picking up a little bit.
Oh, good. Everything's getting better. If just the sunshine could come out again, that would be even nicer. Beg your pardon? 2 minutes 50. And what's that? On the left-hand side, just behind all the...
It looks like a massive spinnaker.
Is that what it is? Yeah, that sort of looks like a balloon to me.
Yeah, we know that from yesterday that even when it's windy, the French people are going out sailing. Now it's light and they're definitely out sailing.
Yes.
Like the boat yesterday being in the middle of the FX course.
Oh, there may be another postponement. We hear. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of those flags.
Yeah, I don't see any flags in the back of the committee boat there anymore, so it might be that they put up the AP, because we can also see the coaches coming closer to all the sailors, giving them the latest notice.
Dramatic clouds.
It still looks like they have the Nacra flag up.
Yeah, it looks like it still should be in sequence, but they don't have the look of that, the way that they're moving around.
Maybe the sequence just restarted. Here we get a better look. And we can see only one Nacra flag, which means that 5 minutes. We're inside 5 minutes to the start, I would guess.
Oh, there's some badly applied numbers on one of the British mainsails. I know that the class measurer. Oh, there's the black flag.
There it is.
Chris Henderson. He's a stickler for putting your stickers on correctly. I've come a cropper by not having the 60 centimetre gap between each of the sail numbers. Apparently, one of the I'm trying to remember what nationality it was, but that one of the Nacra teams got the local sailors to put their numbers on for them, sort of help them out. But unfortunately, they were reading off the Optimist class rules for number spacing, not the Nacra class rules. So all the numbers were really sandwiched together, and they had to rip them off and start all over again.
Yeah, if you see boats with numbers not really looking like everyone else, that would probably be someone new in the class.
Yes.
So now we are less than 4 minutes away for the first Nacra race of the day.
Do you care about the aesthetic details of how the boat looks? Do you like to?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That's really important.
Why?
Think. No red tape.
Why no red tape?
It's not good aesthetic with the blue and the black and the yellow.
Okay, so if you're from China, you'd use red tape.
Depending on where, I think you have to match the material where you're, like the color of where you're taping it.
You even had coordinated nails, didn't you? You and Vilma, your fingernails. You had.
Vilma was very specific with the nails on all the championships. We have to actually look at her later today and see what color her nails are for this event.
What about you? Not so much?
Only for the games.
Okay, and what did you have for the games?
I think I just had yellow.
And where did you get them done? Oh, yellow you could do yourself, but where did Vilma get hers done?
In a salon.
In Sweden?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Well, it obviously worked for you.
Yeah. It probably was the nails. It didn't harm.
No, it didn't. It's one of those things. If you could get superstitious about that after a while, couldn't you? Where are you on superstitions? You're obviously a little bit superstitious about the red tape.
Yeah, I'm a little bit on when it comes to the style of the boat and team stuff. I think you should be matching with your teammate.
Okay.
But on other things like have keys on the table, always wearing the same underwear on the regatta day, or
what's keys on the table? What's that?
Oh, I don't know if that's only in Sweden. Because back in the days when you had keys on the tables, it meant that the wife have left.
Wow. Okay.
So that's like bad luck.
Right, no keys on the table.
No keys on the table, and especially not for the Nacra sailors, as we're less than 1 minute to the start. The third attempt.
Well, especially because there's some husband and wife teams in the Nacra. You don't want keys on the table when you're sailing together.
No, definitely not.
35 seconds to go. Australia 28 looking really well placed for this top end of the line.
Let's see where we have the local hero so far. He's a little bit more in the middle. And I mean France 51, Tim Morniak and Alois Regiment.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on them. 13 seconds to go. last 10 seconds. Australia, Jake Liddell and Neve Meehan looking really good for the acceleration off this end of the line, or are they going to be a little bit too soon? That's a really tight timing for the Aussies, Australia 28. But on the face of it, looks like a really good start for them. Someone coming out behind on port tack. Can't quite tell who that was. Looks like Spain already getting up into foiling mode.
Oh, that would be dangerous. Yeah, New Zealand are matching.
And look at the British.
Whoa, what a cross.
Well, I think they're still on starboard.
Yeah, sorry.
It's very hard to tell, isn't it?
They were just going so much faster than
I know.
everyone
They
else.
almost looked like they had tact, but the British have got speed and they've got height. They're going incredibly well. These are the reigning world champions, John Gimpson and Anna Burnett on the left of your picture. And the Australians in the middle of our screen getting their boat up and running now as well. So you're really seeing the different modes that the Nacra can operate in because, there's the Americans getting up to pace. USA 25. And that's Riley Gibson, Louisa Nordstrom.
What many might not know is that Louisa is actually also Swedish.
I didn't know that, but
Yeah.
I guess the name's a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, a little bit.
Beautiful drone shots here of the boats foiling upwind. That's Belgium, 99, Lucas Kleissens and Aline Verstralen. And just to leeward of them, it's the Argentinians.
Oh, look at the French. And then the British must be even more left of our screen right now.
And the angles are so different. With the French, it looks like they're on a different tack, but they're just pointing so high. And it looks like the British might have dropped off full foiling. They might be in H1 mode.
Yeah, it looks like they switched over, and that's so interesting. When we talked about moding before, moding in the Nacra is so important because if you push for the full foiling too much, you're just reaching off. So the switch, when you actually, of course, they're sailors, they're racers, they want to go as fast as possible, but you can't drift away and lose all the height. So as you said, it looked like the British actually took down one hull to be able to go better towards the wind and keep the VMG high, and actually gained up on the French to windward.
Whilst meanwhile the Greeks here, Greece 515 is still going for the foiling, but they are a long way to leeward of the leading British and French teams. There are the leading British and French teams.
So the French is the locals, Tim Morniak and Alois Rettenhouse, just below the
And it
British
looks
boats.
like they've made a bit of a gain, the French, back on the British. And the French now fully stretched. They look like they're on the verge of getting into foiling mode again. And the British are going for it as well, using their body weight to try and pump the boat up onto the foils,
And
working really hard.
big bear away. And
French
ease
are up
and-
and running. Look, down to leeward. The British took a little bit longer, but the French have made a bit of a gain here.
It's just so much work sailing these boats.
And so often, like we're seeing here, Anna Burnett, it's the women at the front of the boat that are doing the hard work. It surprises me that if you are going to sail male and female as you have to in the Nacra 17, that you don't have the grunt work being done by the men at the front. But it's the women that are really putting in the physical, the most of the physical exercise on the front of this.
Yeah, I don't know. My Nacra eye isn't too well into it, but it looked like they were struggling a little bit to keep that foiling.
I think you're right.
And it looks like it's been shifting a little bit right since they got up, ending up a bit more behind the French there. And
I would say so. The British have lost quite a bit to the French in quite a short space of time, and I think you're right. I think it's partially shift, and I think the French were just able to get up onto the full foil a little bit more quickly.
And now with the right shift, they have a bit more freedom to lean into the shift, while the British still have to keep a little bit of height to not end up in their track. Wow.
Yeah, the French, top left of your screen, have really stretched away. When you think that the French were behind the British, probably
But
just...
we have one more boat in front, and that looks like...
Oh, a long way in front.
Yeah, so I think actually the right side has been the winning side so far.
Could be Argentina, maybe, top left of screen, doing
That
well.
could be. It definitely took a turn after that great start from the British and France.
British looking pretty good now. The leading boat, if that is the Argentinians, maybe it's just our angle, but they don't look as fast as the British right now. The British are looking quick, but that might be misleading.
Yeah, you see the top
Yeah,
part there on the left.
the Argentinians are doing fine,
Yeah,
assuming that is them.
yeah. They're having a nice lead there. Coming to the top mark and then reach away to the spreader mark.
So the Brits will feel like they haven't really done anything that badly wrong, but they somehow have been sailed around.
I just think, I just think with this right shift, it's just like they ended up sailing on a header for so long.
Maybe it was as straightforward as that. Is that what the tracking showed as well? Was there a bit of a...
It just looked a little bit like the boats that went out on the right just were gaining a bit of extra, like gaining a bit of distance compared to the others.
Argentina gets that Jenica up and running, and they have a very big lead right now. Matteo Magdalani and Eugenia Bosco, the Olympic silver medalists from Paris 2024.
I mean, they've been having a fantastic season as well, coming second in Princess Sofia and in here just a few weeks ago. So they are really on fire.
Now tell us about the boat on the left of picture.
Yeah, there we have Emil Jarrod and Hanna Jonsson.
And they won in Princess Sophia, is that right?
Yes.
Started the season really, really well, and they'll be going very well this season.
Yeah. They had a very good winter training in Italy, putting a lot of hours in.
Yeah. And now France 51, the boat that's stretched away from the British, goes round in third place just ahead of the Belgians. And the British not doing too badly either. They're going to go round in fifth place just ahead of Spain. And just back from them, one of the other French boats. That could be Clément Martineau and Eloise Clabon, if it's France 44. Italy 98 going around in about 10th place or so. Ugolini and Jubilee, one of the favourite teams here. There are the Argentinians charging downwind, full foiling. This is the best of Nacra 17 sailing.
Yeah, they must really enjoy this now with the flat water, just being able to fly the hull as high as you dare and getting the shifts.
Constant focus. There's not a moment that you can relax on these boats. They're not easy to fly. They're obviously the best in the world make it look relatively easy, and it's not until you put beginners on these boats that you realise how easy it is to make a mess of it.
And the scenery is just amazing with the beach. How close we can be racing.
It's a beautiful part of the world here, isn't it? Round go the Indian team. Sideshwar Doifod and Ramya Saravanan. Turkey 7, they wouldn't expect to be at the back of the fleet. And New Zealand 96. That's surprising to see Michael Wilson and Kate Stewart so far back. But Sinem Kirkbay and Alican Kanar, the Turkish team, they look quite deep at the moment. They would expect to be doing better.
Yeah, I agree. I think they would. They haven't. This week hasn't really been what they expected so far, I think, in general. I think I at least would have thought they would be a little bit higher, the ranks. But that's sport.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't click for you. It's going really well right now for Argentina. Not in full foiling mode. Now getting into the drop, so it didn't take long to get back down the course. Nice smooth rounding. Majdelani stays on the trapeze, and Eugenio Bosco gets out onto the trapeze now, and they get settled back into upwind mode again. Let's see if they're going to go for the full foiling mode, or if they stay in the H1 mode, the windward hull lifted, which is what they're in at the moment. And it's only experience and time sailing the boat and looking over your shoulder at the wind coming that will tell you whether it's worth going for the full foiling, but that's what they're going to do. They're back into full foiling mode now, boat out of the water. And it looks light from this angle, doesn't it? It probably isn't really as light as it looks, but that looks like a really efficient sailing boat.
Yeah, and they have a big, comfortable lead.
Oh, it must be so good.
I mean, the next boat just rounded the gate, and that's.
You had a few leads like that, didn't you?
Yeah, it's a little bit unreal when you really get away from the fleet. We can also see that it's been a shift, and they've been moving the top mark. We can unfortunately not see which way, or if it was with length. But some signals were made.
Going into attack for Argentina. Nice bit of roll in that tack. I assume that's intended. That was such a smooth maneuver. And now they've got a lot of lean on, but they're going to bring the boat back flat again, and they're going to see if they can get enough power into the rig to get fully foiling again. And I think they're just about up to full speed for foiling. So that was very quick back onto the foils again. Really smooth.
Spanish.
France 44 going round. Sweden 61.
That's the other Swedish, Ida Svensson and Marcus Dackhammar. That's been sailing so well the rest of the week.
Two Italians going round together, but it's Filia de Granara and Sedmak, the less experienced team, that go in front of Uglini and Jubilee, who will be disappointed to find themselves this far back in the racing. And Australia 5, Bryn Liddell and Rhiannon Brown, so unstoppable in the racing yesterday and the really high winds. They are fighting it back in the pack, but this team has broken well clear of the pack. They've got it all to themselves, these waters of Quiberon. The Argentinians. I mean,
what a difference with the speeds. We saw them standing completely still at the gate when the boats get together, and they are just sailing away.
Yeah, clear air, ability to put some power into the sails, to steer the boat where you want to steer it, and you need a lot of space around you to be able to get the boat up and foiling in these marginal foiling conditions. And there's the wake of a boat they've got to get through. A slight hazard that they managed to get through cleanly.
Wow, we can't even barely see the other boats.
No. This is absolutely massive.
They are going 16.6 knots.
And they are the fastest boat on the racecourse by quite a big margin right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 1 to 2 knots faster than the rest. That's really impressive.
When you look at the boat speeds, it looks like there's probably only about 3 or 4 boats that are foiling right now, and the rest are all low riding. And if you're low riding, you're doing less than half the speed of the Argentinians. So the opportunity for gain and the risk of loss is absolutely enormous. So they're almost half a kilometre ahead of the second place boats now. Another roll tack. Love these tacks.
They look so smooth. The great thing is when you do something that it looks really good, you kind of know that it's so many hours behind.
Yeah.
They just make it look so easy.
Yeah, that's right. And everyone in the fleet is making it look so much easier than when they first got into Nacras 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of injuries and a lot of boat breakage, and the boats looked almost unsaleable, which is what people said about the 49er when back in the day when I got into it. we just didn't know. We didn't have a clue what we were doing, and probably what it took us 2 years to learn probably took you 2 weeks to learn.
Yeah, but and that's also the good thing with social media right now. Like for new teams to be able to see this rolling tacks from the Argentina and just go home and practice and practice and practice. And back in the days, it was so much harder to find material to be watching and learning from the best. And today with social media and everyone posting and sharing, you can just learn so much quicker.
I think that's absolutely right. And some of this drone footage we're getting, some of the overhead stuff is probably almost giving away state secrets from some of the teams to some of the others. And you can be sure that sailors and coaches will be looking very closely at this 49erFX and Nacra 17 footage from these World Championships in Quiberon, because we know that's happened before. I'm sure people took great interest in looking at your sails and your rig from Lanzarote and from other events where you were being covered, you and Vilma.
Yeah, some coaches were not as smooth.
Right.
It was very obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, these shots are just amazing, and see how the crew is working with the balance and the pitch of the boat to have full control the whole time and sailing as fast as possible.
How different does it feel leading a race in a World Championship compared with any other event? Does it feel special, or is it just another race win?
For sure, it's a bit of extra special because at the Worlds, everyone is looking, talking. It could be the federation, friends at home. Everyone, whenever you hear a World Championship, you're getting extra excited because it kind of means something.
Yeah.
Even though you're not into sport.
Right. No, that's true, isn't it?
So I think winning races at the World Championship is definite. And you know that one thing for sure, you know everyone is bringing out their best gear and they want to perform.
Yeah.
And that could be a difference when you're doing like a World Cup or any other racing. You don't know who is maybe seeing it more as a training regatta because it's not so often you get to train some stuff that you can only get in the events. So this is definitely a special one.
It does seem that some competitors treat the rest of the year as a training regatta for the Worlds, or if it's Olympic year, everything including the Worlds is a training regatta for the Olympics. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different from depending on the support you have from the federation as well. For some, all events are really important because you have such a tight training group. Everyone is so equal that you really need to be showing your A game every time you get the chance.
That must be tiring.
And that must be so tiring. And I've seen it with quite a few teams coming up to the Olympics or who is going to be at the test events and like that. It is, for some nations, it's good that you have many boats because you have great training partners. And for some, it could actually be a punishment because you never get that rest of having to perform.
Yeah. It must be much nicer to have the idea that there are certain events you need to peak for. But here we are. They're just about to come across the finish. And it is the most emphatic of wins for Matteo Magdalani and Eugenia Bosco, taking that race win at these Nacra 17 World Championships. The Argentinians who won the Olympic silver medal at Paris 2024, well on track for doing the same or even better at Los Angeles 2028.
Yeah, they crossed that finish line with almost 20 knots. Didn't take anything off the pedal even though with that big lead of 500 meters.
Incredible, isn't it? More than 500 meters back to the next boat. And who do you reckon is likely to come across? Oh, that was a great throw. Was that a banana or was that water? Very good hand-eye coordination there. But yes, it's a long way back. It would be good if we could get back to looking at the rest of the racing and get back to see who's going to cross next.
On the tracking, it looks like it's the Swedish Emil Järryd and Hanna Jonsson that's been rolling over the Belgian boat and is going here for the second place.
And it's so easy to think that second is nothing like as good as first because it's 500 meters back, but it doesn't matter, does it? That huge distance that the Argentinians won by, you don't get any bonus points for that. So second for the Swedes is almost as good as the win for Argentina.
Yes, and I think for them it feels almost like a win because I talked a little bit to Emil yesterday and he wasn't so happy with the performance so far, especially not with the UFD yesterday. So a
UFD on a day like yesterday.
Yeah.
Oof.
So they must be very happy with the second place to get back in the game.
Yeah. I just think on a day like yesterday where it's all about survival, you don't need to be pushing the line. But there was a lot of current pushing people over the line yesterday, so maybe it was a misjudgment.
Yeah. Oof, big crash here just before the finish line from the French, if I don't see you.
Could be Moniac and Retournas, who are our overall leaders coming into today. And Gimpson and Burnett from Great Britain coming across in about fifth. And a bit of a gain by the Spanish.
Yeah, they've been having a good race.
Oh, that was the Italians. I thought it was the British, but it was Italians. So that could be Ugolini and Jubilee, who must have had a really good climb up the rankings because they were buried very deep back at the leeward gate. And I don't know if that's Turkey, that one with the red kite. I'm trying to tell who that is, but if that's Turkey, that's been a big gain for them as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. Wow. A lot of stuff has happened
It has, hasn't it? And the Argentinians managed to avoid all that mess behind them. None of it was going to touch them. And there's the other Swedish boat coming across the line, Ida Svensson and Marcus Dackhammer, who had a really good day in the strong winds as well. Oh, the red kite looks like it's going to be overtaken by the blue kite. Is blue going to get past red? Super close. All these points matter, but it looks like Austria has just sneaked the win past the slow-moving Australians.
Oh, that one hurts.
You never know, do you? I mean, it's just, I don't know what was up with the Australians, but the mode changes in these boats are so massive. Smack down for the Finnish team on the left of your picture, just falling off the foils. Are they going to get caught by one of the Australians? No, the Finnish just get away with it. But the difference between full foiling and semi-foiling, the speed differences are enormous.
Yeah, it goes really quick from being fast to slow.
It does, doesn't it? These boats are a little bit on or off. Hard to tell who that is coming across the line.
Looks like the Americans.
Oh, it could be.
I can't see the number, unfortunately.
I think maybe there is only one. Let me check. No, there's three. I thought it was Riley Gibbs and Louisa Nordstrom, but it might not be. Galen Richardson and Madeline Gillis. Here's the review of the start. Really good start by the Australians. Australia 28. And then
Here
the left of your screen, the British just storming out of the start. I'm not sure where the Argentinians were off the start.
They're just there with the Vista, I think.
Okay.
So they were a bit more up on the committee boat.
Yeah, okay. And here are the Greeks. Jordanis Pascalides, the helm, he's about my age. He's late 50s. So He's
Also
he
enjoying
says
the
he's learning
boarding.
something every day, and he's a long-time Tornado campaigner before the Nacra 17. Absolutely loves it. Always got a grin on his face.
And here they go, the winners of race 1 of today.
Brazil just going round the mark there. Here's a jibe by Argentina. Sort of a windward heel jibe, worked out really well for them. And the British just coming across the finish line. No, that was the British doing the leeward mark rounding.
Now we definitely know who we should be watching for the next race.
Let's see. So well done to Argentina. First blood to them this afternoon here in Quiberon, France. I'm Andy Rice, and with me is Rebecca Netzler from Sweden, Olympic silver medalist in the 49erFX Paris 2024, 2023 world champion. And we've yet to commentate on your real field of expertise, Rebecca, but hopefully we'll do that tomorrow and we'll get to watch the FXs today. We've been in our commentary booth for a few hours now, but in our little break, did you get a chance to speak to anybody?
No, and I actually did it with purpose because I thought I would forget to go back because it's so exciting to listen to all the stories from the race course and what's been happening, and you always have a different feeling when you've been in the boat racing of how it was than from the outside. From the outside, you can really... No, it was really easy. It was shifts there and shift there. But when you're in the boat and you're at the same time sailing the boat, it's not that easy.
No, and well, I'm glad you came back. I'd have felt lonely if you got stuck in the boat park just talking to your friends. So thanks for coming back. And we've done 3 49er races earlier in the men's skiff. We're now one race into the Nacras, and we've got 2 more to go this afternoon. And that's the view on the race committee boat.
They have also had a long day on the water. I think they went out just around 9 this morning and been out. So a big applause for them as well, and everyone making this event possible, because it's not an easy job and it's a lot of boats.
And that's the coldest job there is, isn't it? Standing on a committee boat. That's colder than going sailing.
Yeah, I think that's good. At least they have a little space where they can go in, and hopefully they have enough coffee with them on board for a long day like this.
Yes. And that's the results from the race just now. Race 8 in these World Championships in Quiberon in France. Magdalani and Bosco running away with it. More than 500 metres of advantage across the finish line ahead of Emilia Ruud and Hanne Jonsson from Sweden, who get second, ahead of Kleisens and Vestralen from Belgium. And the series leaders and local experts, Moniac and Retornez, ending up in 4th, ahead of the reigning world champions from Great Britain, John Gimpson and Anna Burnett. Runners up in last year's Worlds, Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy, having a good climb back up the rankings in that race to get a 6th, ahead of Martineau and Clabon from France. And Filia di Granara and Sedmac are the understudies to Ugolini and Jubilee in the Italian squad. Cardona and Van der Velden from Spain raced together on the Spanish Sail GP boat, and they were doing that last weekend in Bermuda, and then Bryn Little and Rhiannon Brown dominant yesterday in the stronger winds, still getting a pretty decent 10th place in that race. And it looks a bit grey there. It's a little bit unfair on. It's not really as grey as that when we look out.
No.
Oh, we've just heard that the drones had to be brought back because there was a heavy rain cloud over the course. So drones don't like rain.
It is such local weather here with the clouds. It's incredible. Where we're sitting, there's actually no rain clouds, and we're not far away from the race course.
Yeah.
Still, we couldn't see it at all.
No. But yeah, this rain has been catching me out. It's been arriving out of nowhere the last few days. It's been a bit on and off, hasn't it?
Yeah, really.
Which has been, well, yesterday there was a squall that came through. It didn't last very long, but the wind was almost up to 40 knots at one point. And this is another, I mentioned Jesus Renedo, the photographer, saying how yesterday was so extraordinary. Well, at one point there were no 49ers visible because it was just a graveyard of 49ers on their side because there was not one single mast pointing towards the sky, because when that squall hit, everybody either got knocked over or decided it was better to stay on their side, and the boat was going to be safer and less likely to be damaged if they just stayed capsized.
Yeah, and that's actually, especially not when racing, but between races, a good move to save the jib a little bit, to just put the boat on the side and hopefully with the kite bag still up.
But when I was sailing the 49er, if you had to keep the jib quite strongly cleated, because if you let the sail wrap around the forestay, you'd end up breaking all the battens. But I understand the battens in these new 3DI sails are much more resilient, and you don't have that problem so much.
Yeah, and I think many people actually have a stopper knot on the jib sheet now, so it can't go that far out anymore. Also good for the downwind to just be able to ease the jib, and you don't have it all the way.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I could have saved myself some money if I thought of putting that knot in.
Such an easy one.
Yeah. Well, we learn these things the hard way. And what do you think that your friends in the 49er and the FX will be doing now? They're probably going to be eating crepes, aren't they? They're very popular around here.
Yeah, it's that was probably the best move of the organization, organizing a crepe stand for us here. And today the event sponsor Harkin is even offering drinks for everyone coming back ashore.
Lovely. And that crepe stand has been so busy, they've been worked off their feet. But the ice cream van next to it, almost, I mean, I've never seen a queue outside the ice cream van. It hasn't been ice cream weather this week, has it?
No, unfortunately not. You would expect it to be full as well, but it hasn't been that much of heat that you would be tempted to go for an ice cream.
No, I think either one of those tents was going to do, either the crepe tent was going to do well or the ice cream van was going to do well, but probably not in the same week. And it's been a week for warming yourself up with a crepe.
Yeah.
Have you ever sailed the Nacra 17?
No, actually not. But I was with the Swedish for a few days in Palma, and it's I must say, a much more fantastic boat than I thought.
In what way?
It's so fragile. I think when you've only seen the Nacra ashore on land, and it looks so heavy, like it's really a prom that's just like standing stable on the ground. And now when we're watching it between races, everyone can just ease the traveler off, and you can sit and chill on the side, and you don't have to do anything. And coming from the 49er, we have to be a little bit on our toes the whole time. Not really. The better you get, the more you can relax.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, it's so exhausting, especially between the races. But as soon as it goes sailing, you just have to be on your toes the whole time to keep it foiling steady to go through the water smoothly. So I was really impressed, and as we saw with the tacks from the Argentinian, just like how quickly can you get back up on the foil? No one is really foil tacking.
Yeah.
It costs too much.
Yeah.
But
I
just
don't.
to be able
The
to-
foil tack hasn't been achieved in the Nacra, has it?
I don't know if they've been going from reaching to reaching, but not upwind. I
Yeah.
don't think.
So yeah, you probably need a bit more wind than what we're seeing today to attempt it anyway. But yeah, I'm not sure that we've ever seen foil tacking. Even the full foiling jibe is pretty difficult, but it is achievable.
Yeah. And the Nacra racing, just like any other racing, will just develop more and more. Doesn't feel like so long time ago. It was going from being non-foiling to full foiling.
Yeah.
So every sailor is getting better and better, and it will definitely be a different Nacra that we see in the future.
Well, you think there'll be more developments, technical developments to the boat? Is that what you mean, or just
Yeah.
the way that they sail it?
A little bit both. I think maybe mostly the way you sail it, but also I think we will then see more foiling. The world loves foiling at the moment.
Yes.
And we have one class or two classes three classes even in the Olympic sailing. And
Do you do any foiling? Are you into wing foiling or anything
wing
like that?
foiling I like, yeah.
You do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's coming from, if you can say, more traditional sailing. I felt like I wanted to have at least equipment as possible fitting in the car, and to go from the car to the water as quick as possible. And then,
And that's what wing foiling does for you?
yeah.
Yeah. So is it the convenience of it, or the experience when you're on the water, or is it a little bit of both?
I would say a little bit of both. I think you get a lot for what you want foiling on the water.
Yeah.
And you could also bring it everywhere. Fly it around and go everywhere.
Do you think that the balance that you need on a wing foil is useful experience for getting back on a boat like a 49erFX? Does it help with your balance in your day job?
I don't think it's bad. I think it's everything you can do with balance is probably good.
It's pretty hard, isn't it? Early on, getting the balance right.
Yeah. Yeah, in the beginning it's definitely a challenge to be finding your feet position and moving around.
Yeah.
And then once you kind of made the riddle in your head, it feels like, how could I ever think this was hard? And then you start practicing something new and you're completely frustrated again.
Yes. I haven't got to that point. I haven't got past first base of understanding what all the fuss is about. I'm still at that period of frustration, but I haven't given it a clean run. I feel like you've got to do a few days in a row.
Yeah, so what we did, we actually went to Denmark and we weren't allowed to go home until we could foil both directions.
Really?
Because we felt like we were doing foiling and foiling and foiling, just a little bit here, a little bit there, but never consistent enough.
And so you made Denmark your prison. It was your foiling prison. You're not allowed to leave Denmark until...
Yeah. And it
ho-
helped.
How long did it take?
It didn't take so many days. We were lucky with the weather.
Okay.
So we had good breeze. I think the problem in the beginning, you don't dare to go out in enough breeze.
Yeah.
So you actually, it's just like too hard to go foiling.
It's unusual as a water sport and a wind-powered sport. Normally, the windier it gets, the harder it is, and the more experienced you need to be. But it feels like it's the opposite in wing, where when you're a beginner, you actually need to start in more wind.
Yeah, a little bit. I think if you're not used to be standing on a board, or I'd never really been windsurfing or anything, so for me everything was new. Then definitely it helped when you could really use the sail and be leaning against it and getting the feed for it, and actually kind of without pumping coming up on the foil.
Yeah, yeah.
And then adding that on later.
Do you have a favourite side? Do you have a favourite foot or a favourite side in terms of it's easier on one tack or the other?
Yes, definitely. I think left is my favorite.
It's leading with your left foot,
I think so.
sailing on port tack.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure, because when I learned, I was going both ways, and then you add on jibing, and then you switch your feet, so you always fall with the forward feet, and then you want to start practicing tacks, and then you're completely lost. At least I was.
Well, you talk about the foot switching, like that's not a thing, but I know plenty of really good wingers that are still sailing without ever switching their feet, so they're always in sync on one tack and they're in reverse on the other. But the foot switching was fine for you, was it?
Yeah, I think for me it was fine because I sailed without foot straps, and I think most people do sail with foot straps.
Okay.
And I felt that had to be my limit to not get injured.
Right.
For the FX sailing, I just took the foot strap off and went going. It looks like we at least have a starting line coming up. I think they have moved the top mark and the spreader mark. Actually, they're coming closer and closer to us.
Okay. So which way is the wind rotating, do you think?
I think it's going a bit left.
Okay.
We also saw that on the forecast, but it also, by the looks of the marks, they've been moving it a bit more left.
It looks like quite a lot of organisation there in terms of the way they're lined up. So
yeah, we can see we have the yellow Nacra flag up, which hopefully is the 5 minutes, so we're not having less than 1 minute to go. It almost looks like it's more of a everyone is so lined up, but it was probably because the 5 minutes was just going off.
Italy 98 quite far forward, moving to the left of your picture. Turkey turning downwind, going away from the start line and then turning back up again. Sweden 61 looking for that spot.
So now we just got a glimpse of the white and red flag, which means that it's less than 4 minutes to the start.
So it's the U flag, which means you can't be over the line with 1 minute to go. And if you remember, there was a recall on the previous start, and then they went to black flag. And there are our top teams. Tim Moniak and Retornaz top left, Ugolini and Jubilee top right, Gibson and Burnett, the reigning world champions from Great Britain, Liddell and Brown from Australia, and Majnalani and Bosco from Argentina. You can see them fourth down on the left. So is that that red and white flag is still up there?
Yeah.
So we're not into the final minute yet. 2 minutes 30. Okay.
People are still deciding where to start. It looks a little bit chaotic, but as closer as we get to 1 minute, the more lined up we will have all the boats getting into position.
And the gains in the previous race came more from the right. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. The Argentinian started a bit more, not all the way up to the committee boat, but a bit more up to the committee boat.
Yeah.
And looked like they were doing the most gain on the right hand side.
1 minute 40 to go, and still quite a long way back from the line. Pattern starting to emerge. Netherlands doing a little turn down and then a turn back up. It looks like the Netherlands boat with the blue Allianz logo on its sail is looking to book the committee boat end for itself. One of the Swedish boats just a little bit back from them.
In the Nacra, it's also more common that you do the port tack start. So in almost every race, we see at least one or two boats.
That's true.
Doing the port tack start.
"45 seconds to go."
The Dutch boat really want that committee boat and was double tacking up again to really secure that spot and extra space to leeward to get a good acceleration for the start.
France 4-2-3. Molinero and Santelli look like they have got the best of this committee boat end right now.
Quickly we could see the Argentinians furthest down, not furthest, but
Oh
going
yeah,
towards the line now.
2 seconds. Here we go. Good start for Canada. About 6 boats down, and good last minute move in by the Dutch. Ned 505 at the committee boat end, and here is the congested pin end. And Australia over. Australia 5 having to go back round. That's going to be horrible for them.
I almost think they hit the
the anchor chain maybe.
Yeah, and the boat. I think they felt like they infringed with the boat.
Oh, right.
Otherwise it would. We see the British all the way down now as well, again, going for the same approach.
And they got another fantastic start, possibly even better than their start the previous time. And look how poked out the British are in these early stages. They didn't manage to convert it into a race win last time, but they're doing all the right things off the start line to give themselves the best chance. Belgium and Finland and Brazil all up to foiling, and the British on the far side, they're still well poked out, but no one is full foiling on the far side of the racetrack. So is this where the gains are being made by this group of 3 or 4 boats all getting onto the foils?
Oh, big crash there from the
Yeah.
French.
Yeah, loss of balance there. Belgium 99 looking fast right now. They had a good race just now. Lucas Kleissens and Aline Verstrijlen almost got a bit of windward heel in there. Ruben and Rita Booth flying along for Australia here. Brother and sister team.
In the Nacra, you also have to watch out so you don't hit anything. You never want to hit anything in the water, but for them it could really be a big consequence to be hitting something with the foils.
Yeah.
And
I haven't heard a problem with weed here. I haven't heard anyone complain about it, but when I've raced here before, there has been quite a lot of weed. Let's see if
brave.
Yeah, I was going to say, you go.
Yeah, very brave there from the British, just tacking in front. And I don't know if they were just hoping for the Austrians also to tack, because it looked from our angle as we were going to be very tight.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have crossed if the Austrians had stayed on starboard, but anyway, doesn't matter.
The Belgians are all the way on the right-hand side of the course, looking very fast.
Are you liking their coordinated kit?
Yeah, they are a good example of how I think you should be coordinating together for the eye.
Let's see how the Dutch tack goes. Quite similar role to what we saw with the Argentinians, and yeah, very nicely executed tack by the Dutch team.
It will be an interesting cross with them here, because from our eye it looks like they've been going very fast since the start, punching out. But according to the tracking, we see the leading boats coming from the right again, just like the race before, with Sweden 14 and Italy 98.
From this angle, it looks like the Dutch are just doing so well. I don't know if that really is the case, but it looks fantastic from this angle right now.
I think it's going to change quite quickly now. It looks like they got more breeze, and what we can see is that they are really going 2-3 knots faster than everyone else, and that's like the power in these foiling boats, that you really need to be sailing in the pressure and sailing the boat fast.
It looks wonderful. You can see why sailors like Bjarne Bauer and Jorian Hin like to sail the Nacra. Oof, there's a little bit of traffic on the race course again. It's not quite as busy as Sydney Harbour, but there is certainly traffic to watch out for.
Better than coming on the upwind than on the downwind like we had yesterday.
That's true.
Oh, it's going to be a cross with the Sweden and the Dutch.
Now, what are the Dutch going to do? The Dutch have to give way. Sweden has right of way on starboard, so the Swedish can do what they want. They can keep on going. They don't have to worry about any potential collision. So the Dutch, it looks like the Dutch are going to pass behind anyway. But in a way, who would you rather be on a fast boat like this?
I would almost, hard to say now, but I would almost rather be the Dutch. Depending on, for sure, how we don't see the pressure on the left, but because tacking are so costly in these conditions, they're on their way to ley line, have one tack less to do. Sweden also did a nice tack there. Just hope they get up foiling quickly to catch up with the Dutch again.
They're up and foiling again. They look a little bit bow up for a while, but they gradually get that bow poking down towards the water again. And they are foiling very nicely now.
Next interception are going to be very interesting to see how it's going with the Dutch. They've just tacked back there to ley line. If the Swedes are being able to cross and tack and still be in front, or if they will have to tack behind.
This is such a wonderful view, isn't it?
It's just incredible, this big heavy boat, how light it's foiling over the water, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, when you think how hard it is to pick one of these boats up on the land, and this is being lifted up by the water and those not particularly big foils.
Oh, they're choosing to tack before squeezing in on the inside. This will be a tight battle there on the
They
on
got
the
up
reach.
to... Yeah.
And on the downwind, followed by the French. And the Italians are coming in there as well. We can't really see them on the screen yet, but they are just in the mix still.
Here they come. Whoa, that was so close. Italy judging that to perfection. Italy going to tack now. The Dutch sailing really well. Managed to put the Swedish in their wake.
Yeah, you just see the power of the speed in this when you're going against another boat into those crosses. Sweden tacking below and have to refoiling and
now struggling to get back on the foil. And it's not too long to get to the mark, but I wonder if that was a mistake of Sweden to tack where they did.
And how quickly Italian did so many extra meters, but still they are just together there, rounding the mark at the same time.
Netherlands nicely on the foil, already getting the first bit of the Jenica up, sneaking the Jenica out before fully hoisting it.
That's a really beautiful set.
That is, isn't it? And looking so coordinated. I'd say visually they're looking even more coordinated than the Belgians. You've got to be really happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks fast.
Round go the Swedes, and then here comes the next group.
So that's the second Swede. We already had the other ones, and the Italians and French, and then the ones we just saw, and then now it's getting more grouped together, everyone coming on the ley line together.
And the British doing okay, but I feel like for the starts they're getting, it's a bit like the Dutch 49ers earlier. Amazing starts, not really converting it into stellar mark rounding positions.
Argentina just sneaking in front of everyone.
Argentina just going ahead of Brazil. Here come the race leaders going into a jibe. Very smooth. Scarcely a loss of foiling through that jibe.
Or here's a tight battle between the French and the Swedish. See how the spray on the foils and the rudders, they're going around 20 knots now.
Very nice.
And the great thing is they're not even thinking about it, just pushing for more the whole time. Nice jibe.
Yeah, very smooth.
Straight back up to full foiling. Not giving away any meters. So in the front group we have the Dutch, the Italians, 2 Swedes and the French. And then we see the little bigger gap to Finland 13 leading that group that we see in the back.
Yeah, the gaps are really opening out again, aren't they? So those speeds must be kilometres an hour. So nearly 40 kilometres an hour. Very efficient. And Sweden doing 43, just over 43k for the boat that we're looking at now. Looks like they've even had a jump in speed there.
And it doesn't even look like they are going that fast, but they for sure are.
That would be breaking the speed limit in some parts of England now.
Yes, yeah. The interesting, they're sailing on so much apparent that they really have to depower the jib and the main, going downwind as well. In the other boats we see how they're more powering up to go downwind, and here they're just going too fast and have to depower everything.
Right. So which is quite nice because it probably means you don't have to adjust things so much.
Or you have to adjust double, I think.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I think at some point they have to bring it up just before they're foiling, and then as soon as they're full foiling, everything have to go on.
Right, that makes sense.
Between the modes, they just change and change, so it's almost like they change even more.
Okay. Looks like a good band of breeze on the right-hand side.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a split on the group of the first boats.
Where is the rest of the fleet gone? There's the front few, the front 3 or 4. Then there's a group of 4 or 5 after that, and then where is everybody else? I mean, the gaps now are just enormous.
Yeah, and this shifty puffy, it's really. You have to watch out. Almost, you're not missing out on the time limit.
Yeah.
When someone is pulling away so far.
Yeah.
If you end up not foiling.
Sweden just tacking at the bottom of our picture.
Oof, that was a aggressive arc rounding.
Yeah, not pretty.
Belgium are coming in very fast to the left-hand mark. Straight into foiling.
Yeah, that was very smooth, wasn't it? Italy 46 getting their kite down. And we're back.
Here we see Emil and Hanna. And far away there in the front. It should be the French coming on starboard, I think. By the looks of it. Or
it might be Italy, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it might. Yeah, it's Italy.
In which case, they've made a gain. Sweden have made a gain. Is that right? Oh no, Sweden was in second. So
I think they were battling in.
right.
So I think they took the same mark. They both took the left-hand mark, but Italy.
Well, look at the difference in the speed of the Swedes, and it doesn't look that different on the numbers on the screen. But I don't understand that because Italy is in H1 mode. They're certainly not full foiling. The Swedes, I don't know if they are now. They're a bit too far away to tell. But when they crossed, Italy was in H1 mode and Sweden was in full foiling mode. And Italy look a bit slow to me here.
Yeah, they definitely look a bit slow now. They're only down to 13.
Meanwhile, Sweden is doing 28. I mean,
the distances, it's just...
It's incredible. This is painful moments for Ugolini and Jubilee right now. Looks like they've got a bit more power going into the sail there. Maybe is this their chance to get up and foiling?
They're a very experienced team together.
Looks like Italy is just about to get foiling.
Yeah, now they're pumping up the boat to get going again. They're a very experienced team together. They've been sailing since 2014 together.
Wow, that's incredible.
So they know how to get the best out of each other.
Wow, their age could have barely been in double figures at that point. They're so young still. I can't believe they've been sailing together for that long. It's amazing. So now they're back up and running again. That was an uncomfortable couple of minutes for the Italians in low riding mode. It must have given away a lot of distance to the Swedes who they crossed swords with just 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, we actually have a lead changed. So this Emil and Hanna from Sweden actually been passing the Dutch.
Wow, so
in the front. So they definitely found that foiling mode and could keep it a bit longer than the rest, I think.
Yeah. So finding this foiling mode once you've got it is so valuable. But to find it in the first place, it's a bit like panning for gold. You don't really know if you're going to get it, and you invest all that effort and some of your distance to windward to try and get foiling, and you don't know if you're going to be rewarded for it. And if you're not, then you pay heavily. But if it comes good, like it has done for the Italians, then it was worth the investment. And the Swedes have managed to stay on the foil and move into the lead.
Yeah, they've been almost foiling this whole upwind and really being able to stretch those legs and maximize the boat speed. Being on the beautiful ley line, just being able to focus on sailing as quick as they can, if not too many shifts are coming their way.
I wonder if they'll make the mark in one go, or if they'll have to do 2 more tacks. It looks like they should just about do it, but it's quite close.
Yeah, I think a bird in the middle. Ooh, watch out. I think they would rather put one hull in the water and just gain some extra height than doing double tacks in this stage.
That makes a lot of sense. At the moment, it looks like, oh no, I think you might have called that very well. I don't know if that was deliberate. I think it was. So they've decided to invest in a bit more height, even if that's at the expense of foiling.
By the looks of it, just on the tracking, it might be only the Italians being able to make the mark, and the rest have to do 2 tacks. So for them now, just putting one hull, it wasn't that much of a sacrifice, I would say, to be saving those extra tacks.
So what do you think of the coordinated branding? I feel like they could have put something a bit more blue and yellow on the sail.
Yeah, but on the sail, they still,
Oh,
you
there
know,
it is,
they
the
still
blue and
go
yellow.
with the
Yeah,
old system. They don't want to be too sticking out.
that's true. That's true. You still want to stay invisible in the Nacra. So Jeroen Johnsen, 6th at the Worlds last year, and 3rd going back to the 2023 World Championship, the one that Rebecca won with Vilma Bobek and the 49erFX.
Look at that lead now. Italians coming around the top mark.
When you think that they were level pegging with the Italians not long ago, that's an incredible gain.
Yeah, that's a very good upwind from the Swedish boat. It was almost like the race before we saw with Argentina, really sailing away from the rest of the fleet.
300-meter gain by Sweden over Italy. And meanwhile, the previous leaders, the early leaders in this race, the Dutch, Bauer and Hin, have dropped to 3rd, but they're still not far back from the Italians.
And they have the French coming just behind them, the Dutch, so they are really still in the mix.
Wimmermark is quite close to the shore, isn't it?
Yeah, we can see them from here on the reaching towards us.
It's actually very nice viewing for any spectators that want to watch it from here at the sailing club. And it's surprisingly good wind considering how close to the land it is.
Ooh, the French are foiling very high right now. Giving it all to get those extra knots.
Alois Retournes, the crew doing the work at the front of the French boat, a former 470 sailor, a bronze medal winner at the Olympic Games. Not much time to look back and see what's going on. Back onto the focus of keeping this boat smoothly foiling.
Yeah, they're doing a great job in balancing the boat, and let's see the jibe coming up. A little bit of a wobble, but back up to foiling.
Yeah, it didn't take too long, did it? So the speed drops off quite a bit, maybe 8 knots or so through a jibe, and then it's a matter of how long it takes you to get back up to full speed again.
So Sweden going straight towards the finishing line now, and if it wouldn't come any bigger shifts, they could just sail as quick as they can and make that finish line.
So they're flogging the kite slightly. Do you think they're struggling to make their lay line?
I think they just have so much apparent compared to, they're just going like, now they're going 40 kilometers per hour in, what do we see out here? It's not that much wind.
No, maybe 12 knots of wind.
So I think it's just that they are going so fast and getting the apparent in front of them.
Yeah. Amazing. So that they must be operating at pretty much the highest level of efficiency of the Nacra right now. When you can, the sort of the power to speed ratio is really high. Not that much wind, but the boat's absolutely flying along at close to 40 kilometers an hour. And here comes the finish, and a beautifully executed race by the Swedes, Emilia Arud and Hanna Jönsson, winning the race by more than 300 meters from the next boat behind. So another dominant performance. Not quite as dominant as the Argentinians with their 500-meter lead in the first race, because here comes Ugolini and Jubilee, the experienced Italian team, going to come across the line in second place. But it will hurt a little bit for the Italians that they were ahead of Sweden, but Sweden found that foiling mode more effectively than anybody else on that second upwind leg. But well done to Italy getting second across the line, and then it's going to be the Dutch who were leading for a large part of that race. Ned 505, Bjarne Bauer and Jorian Hin, who are going to come across in third place. And good bit of breeze there by the look of it. Looks like the wind is back up again slightly.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost more wind there at the gate in the start than at the top mark.
Maybe the top mark is a little bit too sheltered from where we are up at the yacht club near our commentary position. Close run thing, but it's going to be... Oh, I thought it was... Maybe it was Argentina. I'm not sure. I thought France got across, but it was photo finish between France and Argentina. And then soon afterwards, Great Britain coming across in 6th. The other strong Swedish team, Ida Svensson and Marcus Stackhammer, in 7th. And then Finland 13, Axeli Keskinen and Katarina Roihu in 8th. Wilhelmina Offerman and Scipio Houtman from the Netherlands in 9th. And not sure how the Australians have done generally. That was one of the Australians coming across the line then.
That was Australia 77, I think.
Archie Gargett and Sarah Hoffman.
They are a big squad, the Australians.
Aren't they?
Yeah.
And going well.
Yeah.
Not so much in that race, but generally going very well. That's confirmation of our winners. Emilia Roden, Hanna Jonsson from Sweden. 2nd, Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy. From the Netherlands, 3rd place, Bjarne Bauer and Jorian Hin. And then France's and Quiberon's Tim Moniac and Alois Retornaz in 4th. Leaders of the event coming into today, and let's see how the scores shape up, but that may be enough to keep the French in the overall lead, because Jarod and Jonsson, for all the fact that they dominated that particular race, have had a difficult start to the week, and that will really give them a big morale booster as well as a good boost up the results.
Yeah, they've been having a good day. Weren't they 2nd in the race before, and now a win?
Yeah, so these moderate conditions clearly suiting Jarod and Jonsson. I don't know how much size and body weight come into the Nacra. It's not as critical as in some of the other classes, I feel. But Jarod and Jonsson are not a big team, are they? I don't know if that would have affected them yesterday.
No, in general, I think they've been quite fast in the breeze as well. I think in the Nacra you have so much you can change with the centerboards and the rudders and the lift and everything. So you have so much to work with.
There's the replay of the start. Again, an amazing start by the British team, already poked out there on the left, but somehow not able to capitalise on that. The Dutch taking the early lead on the left of picture. These are the Belgians we're looking at with this overhead shot. And this is where things start to really come good for Bjarne Bauer and Jorian Hin, coming in from the left-hand side, foiling. And on the right of your picture, boat still finishing. That's probably the Japanese boat. Looks like the Japanese flag on that kite. Massive, massive gap between the front and the back of the fleet in these conditions.
The second upwind was really the deciding thing on this race, where Emil and Hannah was able to foil so quickly and almost like passing. I think they were at the mark 3rd or something at the gate with quite some distance still. It was tight, but it's quite some distance, and they really put in a second gear on that second upwind and just sailed past everyone.
It feels like in these conditions, if you're not foiling is not very far away. It's just on the other side of something quite small, and it might just be a small gust or the right wave pattern, and it's about the marginal gains of slightly better technique that could either be the difference between getting on the foil or not getting on the foil, and that can translate into hundreds of meters in such a short time.
We still got a few boats finishing. As we said earlier, the distances in this class, when it is this foiling, not foiling, it's just running away.
There's also a lot of boat work that goes into Nacras on shore, isn't there? I think they do a lot more splicing and a lot more maintenance than you do in the FX typically. Is that right?
Yeah, I would think so. They have so much more to be able to change, and I think especially with the whole, because they are foiling with the arrow work and with all their different, just the system of their traveler and main sheet is very special, and some doesn't like that people see how they've been doing, and it's a bit more
Secretive.
Yeah, I would say so, and you have find your own system and allowing the class to work a bit more with the boat than what the 49er and the 49er and FX are doing.
It's not as pure one design.
Yeah,
There's
I would
more
say so.
Customizing.
Yeah.
Okay.
More room to play.
Yeah. Okay. They're also obsessive about the finish on their foils, as they need to be, because just the slightest blemish on those hydrofoils when they're capable of doing 40 kilometers an hour or more, that can have such a big effect on their top end speed.
Yeah, definitely. And just the finish of the foils and how stiff they are, and they're also very, very expensive, so you can't really choose as much maybe as you want. And with the masts, it's definitely something more to think about. And I think working with the material that you have, I think still, even though it is of course expensive with the 49er and FX material, the Nacras is even a step up, but it makes also the sailors really be having to work with the material that they have and make it work for them.
Yeah, yeah. And the faster the boat, the more these small... this is a bit of a sketchy jibe, but they're going to survive that. It looked a bit iffy there for a moment. Anyway, it looks like they've got away with it. So I don't know if it suddenly got windier, but they made that look quite difficult just then. But yes, coming back to the boats and the importance of those fine details, it seems like the faster the boat, the more those fine details matter.
Yeah, I agree. And you even see some, especially in the Italians team, having someone helping you, because it's just so much to be working with and making sure the boat is in absolute top shape.
They would probably even trade a physio for having if you had to choose between a physio to put the body back together or a boat builder to put the boat back together, the Nacra sailors would probably choose the boat builder before the physio, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and then make the partner have to go a physio course or something for the crews to relax their arms after a windy day, with a lot of work. Yeah.
So you haven't sailed the Nacra, so you don't know how big those loads are, but it seems like they need to bend their knees a lot to deal with the sheet loads.
Yeah, I think it's just in the end it's more efficient maybe because it is so heavy that you just rather bend your legs a little bit and go around with it.
Yeah, the biceps can only be so strong, and the leg muscles are stronger. Is that the difference?
Yeah, and as we've seen, it's many of the girls. Now I'm not going to say that the girls are any weaker than the boys, but it's definitely a difference in how strong you're able to be, and then you have to work with the rest of your body.
Yeah, yeah. Do they need a bit more physio work than you needed to after the FX?
Oh, I think it's very personal. Some sailors really don't like to go to the physio, and some are there first thing, even in the morning before. I liked the physio time. I thought that was a way to also relax from the day and get the day out of your head and just have a moment for yourself to recap.
Did you have a conversation with the physio as well?
Yeah, you know me, I'm always talking, so there wasn't any quiet time for her either.
Oh no, here comes Rebecca again. She's going to want to talk.
Exactly. She was like, no, this time we put music on.
So for you, it was more of a preventative thing. You would go as a matter of routine to the physio just to keep the body serviced rather than waiting for the body to go wrong.
Yes, exactly. And I had in the end a bit of problem with my back, so I was making sure that I was all the time in front of it, and also for the arms, get that extra blood through the arms for them to recover a bit quicker.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, with the back problems, you found a way of dealing with that in the end. You found the magic formula for keeping the back in the right condition.
Yeah, so we were doing a lot more or different core workouts that was including a lot more balance as well, to really engaging the hips and the core and the whole body to be working together and not only the classic.
What don't we understand about the functionality of the body, most of us? What did you learn as an athlete that the rest of us would usefully know in terms of how the whole body works as a whole?
I think what I found was kind of interesting is also like how different, like, so our boat is moving the whole time. So then one physio that I was privileged enough to work with, he was like, but then why are you standing on a flat ground when you're doing this exercise? Shouldn't you be like working with the foot and the balance and really engaging that whole? So I was working a lot more with like one-sided and making sure that you were standing and then getting the balance from activating the hips and the core, and not only like working with the knees or the foot and getting the balance from there, just like engaging the muscles throughout the body, and to be able to do that also when sailing. So
did you retrain your body to use a broader range of muscles, creating a different muscle memory so that it was less reliant purely on the legs and using more the whole body to do some of those movements? Is that what you're saying? Yeah,
exactly. So after my back really gave up and I had to take a break for 2 months to rebuild it, it took a while for me to like go back. For example, when I was going to hoist the kite, to really go back. So first I was putting myself in a good position where I felt like I was strong and really thinking of engaging the legs as well, to be able to really get the power through the body and not. You can see sometimes, especially when you get tired, how when you're hoisting, the whole body is almost shaking, or like you're working the whole body to get the kite up. But actually, if you want to be efficient, you should have such a solid base so that you really get the power through and get the kite up.
And you could feel that difference when everything was working, could you?
Yes, and in the end, I could also work that in the gym and be doing different, like maybe hoisting exercise, just when rebuilding that confident. It was a lot coming from confident as well.
Is the hoist of the Jenica, is that the single hardest physical moment of the race?
Probably is. For a short period of time, because you also want to do it as quick as possible, and the boat is constantly moving or the helm is steering to avoid waves. You need to be, even though what's happening around, you need to be stable to be able to continue pulling. And I think you can see on some crews that when they are not that stable or engaging the whole body, they are engaging the upper body but not the rest. Whenever the helm is steering, the crew is just like following. And I felt in the end, I really found that for sure not perfect, but it felt like I was so stable in the boat. So no matter if we haven't sailed in waves for a while, I could still, like in tacking, some might relate that when you haven't been sailing for a while, or you've been sailing a lot flat water and you came to waves, you felt like you were just being slammed around by the boat and you didn't end up where you wanted to be. And I felt like I could move and cross the boat no matter what happened below me.
Okay.
Which was a really cool feeling even in the end of a career.
Right. So that only came in quite late in the career, did it?
Yeah.
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 Well, I hope you're enjoying our Nacra coverage. We covered the 49er Worlds earlier this morning, 3 49er races for the men's skiff. We're still one race to go in the Nacra 17 this afternoon. That sequence will get underway shortly. Chat with your friends on our YouTube page. Send us your comments and your questions to our YouTube page. Join our newsletter at 49er.org. I'll say that again, 49er.org/subscribe. And if you want more racing like this, we would love to put more on, but it does cost money. So do think about making a donation, which you can do via 49er.org/gift. And you're listening to me, Andy Rice, and Rebecca Netzler, Olympic silver medalist from Paris 2024 and the world champion of the 49erFX with Vilma Bobek in 2023. And Vilma she was out there racing earlier today. We hope to be watching Vilma competing tomorrow. We expect that we'll probably get some 49erFX coverage tomorrow. Tomorrow is the second last day of racing, and then Sunday is when we decide the medals and we find out who will be the world champions in these 3 Olympic classes, the 49er, the 49erFX and the Nacra 17. We're in Quiberon, in Brittany, in France, and even though it's May, there are times when it feels like we're in February. Rebecca?
Yeah, it's been some cold days, but it looks like it's only going to get better.
Yes. And the sun is beginning to break through a little bit more. We've still got some really dramatic clouds, and I don't know if that cloud in the sort of middle right of the screen is a rain cloud, but I suspect it probably is, isn't it? Whether it's coming this way or not, I don't know.
We're very happy that the wind have stayed this long for us. The forecast said it was gonna shift even more to the left and decrease a little bit, but it looks like it's as stable as it can get with this direction, and it's still going. Yet we don't have any time for the next start, but we're hoping that it will start very soon.
We saw the orange flag up on the committee boat at least, and here we are, 3:30 to the next start. This is race 10 of the Nacra 17 World Championships, a class that's been going for about 10 years now. No, a little bit longer than that, more like probably 14 years actually. First games was Rio 2016, and that was a gold medal won by Argentina's Santiago Lange and Cecilia Carranza, and it was a really special moment. It really was a breakthrough moment for sailing in those games because Santi Lange had only recently recovered from cancer, and he won that gold medal aged 54. And Santi is in the boat park this week, one of the legends of the sport, supporting a number of teams, but his compatriots from Argentina in particular, who dominated that first race that we saw earlier this afternoon. Matteo Magdalani and Eugenio Bosco, the Olympic silver medalists from Paris, winning a race by more than 500 metres. And we've seen 2 dominant victories so far. Sweden winning their race by around 350 metres just a few minutes back. 2 minutes to go to the start of this next race. We've seen really good starts from the reigning world champions from Great Britain, John Gibson and Anna Burnett, but they've not managed to get through to the front few by the finish. So we'll see what they can do in this one. One minute 45 to go. The British are on the left of picture. Looks like they're going to go for more of a committee boat end start this time round. They've tended to favour more the middle to left of the line in the previous starts. So maybe they're thinking, well, the boats that have got us have tended to be further to our right.
Yeah, I think it looks like most of the boats actually try and push a bit more middle left by the looks of it now. I don't really recognize any of the top boats here to the left of our screen, just below the committee boat.
Oh, yeah, maybe I was thinking that was Gibson and Burnett, but it's not, is it?
No, I think it looks like it's a few more numbers on there than only 2. I could also be mistaken.
No, but I think you're right. I think there's not many top-tier boats in this lineup at this end.
Except the Italians just squeezing
Yes.
in as we were talking about them.
What about us? Ugolini and Jubilee, runners-up in last year's World Championship. They are probably the highest-ranked team at this end of the start line, but generally it looks like most of the front runners are lining up more towards the pin end of the line. 15 seconds to go. Greece 515 just sneaks into view. Looks like they might get a really nice start off this end of the line if they can just find the space to windward of the Americans. And yes, that's a really nice start by Greece 515. Skippered by Jordanis Pascalidis.
Oh, we have quite a few port start boats. Oh, that was not a clear port, starboard port there between the Swedish and the Americans, I think. I don't know if they just got away with it. It looked very tight.
Breeze is up a little bit because they're already full foiling. America just on the left of picture, just kicking up onto the foils. Spain looking like it's already nicely on the foils, and India and Italy going nicely at the bottom of our picture.
And it looked like New Zealand was one of them. The boats doing a very nice port start there from the left, punching through in the middle. New Zealand 96.
Okay, well, we'll find out how they get on a little bit later on. At the moment, India going really nicely. That's not something that you often get to see in Nacra racing. The Indian team, Siddhiswar, Doipod and Ramya Saravanan going really well out towards the left-hand side. Just back from them, the Italians, Federico Filia di Granara and Caterina Sedmak. And Australia, 28, Jake Little and Neve Meehan tacking away to the other side. So India is now free to tack if India wants to tack. It looks like the water is a little bit darker over on the other side of the race course. Italy goes for the tack. India is the last one going out this way. Quite a lot of windward heel on the Indian boat at times.
Yeah, what we can see here on the tracking is that actually the right-hand side looks like it was paying off to go early right or even do port tack start. We have the Dutch once again pushing.
Dutch first and second if the leaderboard is to be believed.
And Finland just behind them. And then we also see Argentinian on that side together with them.
And a bit of a drop-off of height direction there by the Dutch 505 team. Netherlands 22 just moves forwards as Netherlands 505 struggles to keep going. There's the same problem again. They seem to have their own personal header here, having to do massive direction changes that don't seem to be affecting everybody else. But if the wind is equal for everybody, this would be a good move for these Dutch that we're looking at here. They're going for the tack, so that suggests maybe that it is a true header and maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Quite a bit of heel coming out.
Yeah, that must have been a bit too much than what they wanted, and now you really see them have to work to get the boat back up.
Yeah.
Full foiling.
And quite a loss of distance there for the Dutch in 5:05. Finland 13 going for the tack. That's a number that you can probably claim quite easily. There's probably not too many takers for the number 13, is there?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't go for 13 there.
No?
There I am.
Well, you managed to get 77. That is a
Yeah,
fast number.
I felt like I got the fastest. So we've seen the French. The French have liked the left. In general, I think, if I remember correctly. But according to the tracking, it shouldn't be too good right now. But we never know with this local hero. He might see something that we don't see or know something we don't know.
He certainly proved that earlier on in the week.
So we would never count them away.
So he was saying after day one that he'd been overstanding the portside ley line. I think maybe they're overstanding the portside ley line right now.
They definitely look fast.
Definitely. I mean, if that's the reward you get for getting out early onto this ley line, then why wouldn't you do it? That looks pretty nice. But it still looks like they've got a lot of ground to make back on the boats further to the right as well.
Yeah, it looks like, you see so many boats crossing them there. It would be, even a miracle will make that hard.
Yeah.
So it looks like the right side was the winning side on this upwind. We have 2 Dutch boats and the Finnish boat coming in strongly to the first top mark.
Lucky 13 for Finland right now. That's Akseli Keskinen and Katarina Roihu. And will the Dutch be able to get there in one and stay on the foils? It looks like maybe they might be able to. In which case, that's a really finely judged ley line. And not nearly as bad for the Dutch as I thought, because those were the Dutch that I thought had maybe got caught out.
Oh, it's going to be a very tight hoist if they're not even getting rolled now. And Finland is going to be leading at the spreader mark.
Great overtake by Finland. And quite bow in the water there. They managed to get foiling again just then. Good breeze up at the top of the course right now.
Here we also see the helm of the Finnish boat was crewing at the last Olympics and is now helming with the new crew.
Okay. So Bjarne Bauer was the crew that has now become the helm, and Jorian Hin is the new crew.
Of the Finnish boat.
Oh, sorry, the Finnish boat.
Yeah.
Sorry. So on Finland, so Akseli Keskinen was the
crew.
Was the crew? Yep, got it.
Going for Finland in Paris, and now changed to helming himself. The fleet is a lot more together now.
For the time being.
No one's been really pushing out too much, as we've seen in the other races.
That's true.
So even though Finland isn't hoping for a lead change, I think it will be an exciting race to see who is actually taking the win in the end.
And it looks like the boats behind have got a better gust, and the leaders are sort of being pulled up by this shift. And now they've both jibed. Oof. Bit of a sticky jibe there for Finland. Not very smooth. But actually come out of it okay in the end.
Yeah, they got a nice line there on the breeze. It looks like the Dutch boat was just driving maybe a little bit too early, being on the edge of that pressure.
Turkey more in this race this time. And Finland stretching away from their closest Dutch rival. So after that wobbly jibe, the Finns look quite well placed.
We'll see if they're going to make that gate. It looks like it's going to be tight.
one more jibe maybe.
Yeah.
Or two more if they want to go up the right-hand side of the racecourse again. But keep on stretching away. Got a really nice advantage now on the Dutch.
Yeah, they're playing a nice downwind mode there, really gaining it forward and down.
That's a big loss in a short time by the Dutch, isn't it? It's amazing how these gaps can open up. But equally, how they can quickly be closed down again.
Yeah.
Finland coming in for the drop.
The drone is having a hard time to keep up with the speed there from Finland.
Finland going for the right-hand mark as they look at it. That will take them out towards the left-hand side of the course going upwind. Netherlands going to follow round, so suggest there's enough bias on there not to want to try the other mark, and there's good breeze coming down. Should be plenty of breeze for proper foiling upwind. Surprised there aren't some takers for the other side right now.
No, it looks like quite a dominant gate mark there. And we have the first brave team going to the other one.
It gets to the point of being so congested that it does become the right choice, doesn't it? It becomes the lesser of two evils, and it's one of the reasons why the rich get richer sometimes in sailing.
Definitely.
But oh yes, it does look painful going to that other mark, doesn't it? One of the Italian teams choosing that mark.
We have actually both Italians team picking that mark
Okay.
and tacking quite early after the mark. But here we are with the leaders of this race right now. It's Finland 13. Pushing it up to go foiling.
Looks like they're just about there.
Nice work from such a new team. They haven't been sailing together for so long. I mean, for me it feels like the Olympics was yesterday, but
Right.
I realize it's a few more years.
Yeah, it's nearly 2 years ago. And looking like they've got pretty decent foiling going on at the moment. And do you think that's the two Italians top left of screen?
No, I actually think that we have some new boats coming up, and that's Spain, Cardona and Van der Velden, and then another Dutch boat.
Okay.
Oh no, it's another. It is one Italian, and the Spain has been doing a big gain, taking the same mark as the Finnish, but then tacking actually very early.
Oh, right.
To
And
get
that
to
worked
that
out well.
right-hand sun.
That sail looks so flat from here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's so twisted and flat to really depower and sail on the apparent wind.
Big wide stance with the legs. Jorian Hin pushing forward on her front knee, just keeping the balance of the boat going. Can't really see the foiling so much from this angle, but it's really difficult to keep this boat foiling reliably, and there's a lot of coordination of sheeting, steering and body movement to keep this boat foiling smoothly. 16th at last year's Worlds, and for Keskinen crewing in the last Olympics, 7th, sailing with Sinem Kurt Bay.
It must be different feeling coming back to the fleet, racing against your old teammate.
Yes.
Now in Sinem, and they are racing against each other all of a sudden.
Yeah. And Sinem Kurt Bay now sailing with Alexandre Kena, who was steering his own boat in the last cycle. So he's gone from steering the boat to crewing the boat this time round.
It's definitely been some mixes
Yeah.
in the Nacra.
Here's Argentina, winner of the first race earlier today.
Looks like they also been going very fast on this upwind, catching up on the front boats.
They look more locked in to me. I don't know if I've got this sort of bias thinking, oh well, they're silver medalists, so they're another level up, but they just look a bit more locked in and solid.
I think we can expect a little higher performance from them in general, sailing together for so long and medaling on all the last events, and really sailing with that stable foiling boat. Just going
They've really
behind.
closed the gap, haven't they?
Yeah, a lot. That's been a big gain for them on this upwind. But Finland is still in the lead.
Yes. But Argentina definitely closing down. Whether it will be enough to close the gap and for the Argentinians to take another race win, well, they're running out of distance to do that. But it's still possible. Argentina with a brief splashdown there.
Oh, even the mains start flapping.
Yeah, it must be getting windy. Coming up towards the top mark for the final time.
Italians been also doing a good second upwind here, gaining quite some meters.
So the experience is beginning to show through. And these races are not always long enough for the more experienced teams to come back from mistakes. But you feel like if this race ran for a couple more laps, the Italians and the Argentinians would move through.
Yeah, look at that weather. It's been really picking up on the wind. Before we had 8 to 12 knots. Now we have 15 to 18 knots. So people are definitely sailing overpowered right now.
Yeah. I wonder how much they can change. On the 49erFX, you have different rig settings for different wind strengths. I don't know how much they change on the Nacra, but presumably it's the same.
Yeah, the Nacra, you have so many options to change. You can change the mast setting, the spreader settings, the rudder.
And these things you can't change once you're...
The battens.
Right, yeah, the batten tension, yeah. And even the battens themselves, they have different thicknesses or strengths of batten for different conditions?
Yes, exactly. So they have light and medium.
Wow.
And stiff battens. You must be really good at making decisions in the Nacra to even be setting the boat up before the start.
Yeah.
Sometimes I felt like it was a hard decision to make a few turns or not, but in the Nacra you have really a
so
lot
much
of
more. Yeah, okay.
A little higher hoist there from the Swedish. See if they can position themselves to really do a fast track down this last downwind. See how the Dutch boat is just coming on top of the Spanish. Both of them doing everything they can.
Hard work getting that kite up. You were talking about the hard work of getting the kite up on an FX, and I suspect it's really physically hard on the Nacra 17 as well.
Yeah, and on the Nacra you're also sitting down, so you're like getting less power by just sitting down.
Jibe for Finland in front of this gust. Looks like they've got a pretty decent lead.
Oh, that's very cool for them, being such a new team and being able to sail this well on a world championship in these tricky conditions. Really full sending it to the finish line.
So this is going to be the smallest winning margin, only about 200 metres, which would be enormous in a 49er race. But by the standards of the previous races, this is the closest we've seen in the Nacra.
Yeah, and they still have some meters to go before they're at the finish line. And as we know, one little takeoff too high and the rudders pop out and they're down with both hulls. So they really need to concentrate all the way to the finish line to be able to make this this world's first victory.
They look so tall.
Yeah, I think both of them are very tall. Axel is very tall. The helm.
Not long to the finish now, and it is going to be the best kind of finish for this team from Finland, because they're not far off it now, just managing to keep foiling. The breeze is picking up. The red Jenica is flogging because they are overpowered, but they don't care because they cross the line in the lead. They take the race win. Congratulations, Akseli Keskinen and Katarina Roihu. Great victory for Finland 13. Nothing unlucky about that number.
They've proven us all wrong.
Italy 98 crossing not far behind Ugolini and Jubilee. A solid finish to the day for them, and the fast closing Argentinians, Matteo Magdalani, Johannia Bosco in third, ahead of Netherlands 505, who have been up there all day with some really good first beats, Bjarne Bauer and Jorian Hin. And then Australia 5, such a good day yesterday, not such a good day today, but a 5th place for Australia 5 in the final race of this afternoon. Not so bad for Bryn Little and Rhiannon Brown. And then just a little bit back, another Australian team, Archie Gargett and Sarah Hoffman, and then the Spanish coming in behind them, or in front of them rather.
Very tight finish there. I think the Spanish just took the Australians on the finish line.
One of the other Italian teams finishing in 10th, Filia di Granara and Sedmak.
Very tight finish here from most of this boat. I think this is the tightest race we've seen so far today.
It is, isn't it?
The boats are coming all together.
One of the Swedish boats going across then the New Zealanders. France 51, we saw them a few boats back, but they didn't amount to a particularly great finish in that race.
I think this is actually the worst race they've had so far. That will be their discard 12th position.
And something hasn't been going right for the British world champions today. Really good starts, but not to be seen in the top 10. There is confirmation of Keskinen and Roihu winning that race for Finland ahead of Italy's Ugolini and Jubilee. Magdalani and Bosco, great day for them, getting a 3rd place to go with that race win earlier in the day. And Barra and Hin from the Netherlands. I feel like we've been talking a lot about Netherlands 505 today, which has got to be a good thing for them. And Little and Brown, not had so much to say about them today after a stellar day for the Australian crew, but a 5th in that race. And then Joan Cardona and Nicole van der Velden from Spain getting a 6th. And then Jaruden Jonsson, winners of one of the races earlier, getting a 9th. So just off the top of my head, I feel like Bauer and Hin from the Netherlands must have had a good day today.
Yeah, but I see that we've been talking a lot about the Italian Gianluigi Ogioli or Maria Giupli. However, I'm sorry.
Italy 98.
Yeah, because they've actually been having a really good day as well. They've been coming away with a 162. So
162,
so
wow.
I think they've been a little bit, even though they were winning the first race, or if I'm not mistaken, or if they were 6, if this one hasn't been updated. I think they've been up there the whole day as well.
Right.
Really pushing it through the day.
Well, that is the last race of our session today. We've had 3 49er races, 3 Nacra races. I hope you've really enjoyed that. We're going to have more tomorrow. I think it's going to be similar kind of wind, but from a very different wind direction. So that's going to throw everything up in the air again, and these sailors are going to have to work out which is the best way up the race course when you turn the wind around more or less 180 degrees. Even if you're not watching this live and you're watching it on YouTube, put your comments there, put your questions there. We will try and answer your questions in the next 2 days of racing, because tomorrow we've got more fleet racing, and then on the final day on Sunday we get into the finals racing, and it's a different format this year, a different Olympic format for pretty much all the Olympic classes, and we'll see how that plays out. Chat with your friends on our YouTube page, join our newsletter at 49er.org/subscribe. Some really good stories coming through the newsletter, and if you want more of this live stream racing, do think about making a donation via 49er.org/gift. Rebecca Netzler, well done on your first day of commentary. It's been great to have you along. Can't wait to work with you again the next 2 days. What have been your thoughts? What do you see differently from the commentary booth compared with being on the water in the boat?
I mean, I often think it's more stressful to be watching sailing than sailing myself, because when you're sailing yourself, you can act and do something on it. Here it's so much harder as well when you don't see the water and you feel the wind. You just have to kind of pre-predict what's going to happen. But on the other hand, you can really see it from above and make some thoughts about that from above. I
was looking at that picture on the replay on the left. I sometimes think we see more. You can see the patterns of the wind more easily with that elevation that we have from the drone.
Yeah, I think a bit both. Definitely from the drone, when we're looking from above, then we can see the pressure a lot better. But sometimes it's also making you, when the angle what they're filming, it can fool you a little bit of who is leading. Yeah,
that's true. And I'm sure I've been caught out a few times today thinking that someone was getting ahead. I always get more excited about the boat that I'm looking at.
It's always the same. You are really feeling for the ones. You see how they're fighting and how they're pushing the boat to go as fast as they can. And you really want them to do well, no matter who it is.
Yes. And there is a lovely view of the boats sailing back in towards the harbour, and they're going to feel pretty tired by the end of today. It's been a bit more of a thinking day, not quite so physical, but still really exhausting. If one part of you is feeling a bit more rested, it doesn't mean that the rest of you isn't working hard. It's either physical or mental, or in skiff sailing and foiling catamaran sailing, it's often a lot of both, mentally and physically draining.
Yeah, it's good to come back and eat and relax again and prepare for tomorrow.
Yes, and we'll be seeing your ex-partner Vilma Bobeck out on the racecourse racing for Sweden with her new crew Ebba, and then Jenna Seaton. I think of Jenna, the Danish sailor who won a bronze medal in Rio 2016 and then retired and has now decided to come back, and she's the mother of a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, and when she goes back in the evening there is no time to think about 49erFX racing. It completely clears her mind of any sailing because she's got to deal with Bob the Builder or whatever's on TV with her 2 and her 5-year-old. So she's juggling a lot of responsibilities here, and some of the stories that we'll be able to dig into a little bit more tomorrow. So from me, Andy Rice, and from Rebecca Netzler, thanks very much for watching, and we will be back to you tomorrow for some more skiff racing in the 49erFX and Nacra 17 World Championships. See you then.